Hello, hello. Welcome. I believe we're live. Welcome to the Free Play Killer Queen League. We are getting started streaming early just to work out all the kinks. It is preseason, season 12. You can see 3 sets of action from all of our Killer Queen League teams, all 12 of them. Not a distinct tournament format. It is. Get this. That should be the trick. There we go. Yeah, so not a full formal tournament for the preseason. I don't want people like too ultra serious about it. I don't know. Preseason's always a crapshoot. It just always is. Like, no matter what I do, it tends to get weird at times. But like for those who are willing to show up and play, we're gonna have a good old time. 12 teams on the schedule, 3 sets each. Also, 2 machines going, streaming live right here at twitch.tv/FPKQL for the main stream with commentary. Twitch.tv/FPKQL2 for the second stream. Matches are scheduled to start at 6 p.m. That would be an hour and 14 minutes from now. And we will get going with the teams that show up. So I've run this both ways. Farm schedule at 6 p.m. and this method, which is like everybody show up at 6 p.m. Let's get these matches on the road. Do not know if I'm streaming live. The chat is not active. Let me refresh the chat, see if that fixes it. Again, kind of troubleshooting here before we get going. Connected. Okay, it says it's joined. Yeah, so say hi in the chat. That works. Cool. Yeah, so I've done firm schedule. I've done this one, which is like we're going to get these matches in as quickly as possible. We have a lot of them. 12 teams playing 3 matches each against each other. That's 18 matches total, 18 sets total across 2 machines. If we are working at peak efficiency, which we never are, then we're looking at 3 hours of matches across 2 machines. And if not, we'll get less casuals. I don't know. But already being joined in the house by Doug and Josh of the From Dusk Not Till Dawn. I see Liam, Death From Above is in the house. So yeah, we're getting it going already. It's going to be full cabs here momentarily, and all buttons tested. Everything's streaming live. I'm going to cut off the audio for the commentary, but commentary right here, and we'll clip this out later. Love you guys. Bye.
Huh? All right. We're set to get ready to start this preseason off with a quick warm-up. It's Boobies versus Be Kind Rewind. Let's see how they started off. We've got orange gold with a more passive opening, although their queen's staying really low, baiting, trying to get out that early queen trade. They really want to keep that gate open. Blue has the advantage with an extra warrior up, and gold is making use of some good berry tempo. I wonder if that'll carry into the real match if they plan on going 2 objectives as opposed to blue's just 1. That'll be a thing to watch. Frank, he's blue's objective fill-in. Excuse me, he's gold's objective fill-in. They're going 2 objectives on the outset. That might be an indicator of how they intend to play this game, as in they'll play it very fast. They want to get those objectives done quickly before the warriors have time to settle in and control the space. We've got things kicking off now. Starting on day. Let's get this rolling. All right. Got their early bump. Blue's invading space. They've got warrior up middle. They're on snail. They had the right gate open. They elected not to take it. The queen, gold queen, taking up some big space there, knocking out a warrior and a drone trying to come up. But blue has snail moving already just about out of tunnel. It puts it in a dangerous spot for gold. It lets blue snowball and roll it in a bit quicker than gold might want. Blue's got 3 up. Gold only has 2. They're still running with the berry and snail. A split objective. We've got gold pushing the snail again and a little berry runner kicking everything over. Blue's down 1 queen life. It's not impactful yet. Berry's 2 to 3 in gold's favor. And we've got blue pushing snail again. And gold doesn't have any warriors up or gates. It's a very, very tough spot for blue to be in. They're going to try and get somebody up left gate. And blue, they do have 3. Oh, man. Blue has 2 military up as opposed to gold's 1. Gold only has that right gate and only a very slight berry advantage. But blue is just about there for the snail, and it's going to be this last defense. They lose either of these warriors, even though it's a 2v1, It's a really, really tough spot to be in for Blue.
Oh, this mic's quiet. I might use
Blue.
the other one.
Fair enough. Gold's pushing it back. They're even 2-2 on Warriors.
Oh, is this the broken?
You sounded fine from my end. Blue's just about there. They've got the final feeds.
Okay, no, I hear myself. You're right. I'm just quiet. Okay. Oh, that might be it. That might be it.
That's it.
Oh, I came in just in time to see Be Kind Rewind win that map.
Yeah, Blue starts 1-up on this matchup. And Gold was kind of behind the whole game. They were able to get Warriors every once in a while for the Warrior advantage, but never managed to cap all 3 gates like Blue did.
Yep.
And that's going to be a real challenge to overcome in this next game.
Yep. I can't comment a ton on that. I only saw the very tail end of it. I do like seeing Sam queen, though, for another team. He tried to queen his own team last season, but that was a little bit of a hodgepodge team. Now he's on a really organized team like the Boobies, playing with Aaron and Molly, who have been on this team for a long time. It's going to be interesting to see how well this team does this season. Oh, we got Show Me the Honey Battle Hive on the other cab.
All right. What can you tell me about them? I don't know anything about these two teams.
Show Me the Honey is the KT-led team, and I think that team is bringing back the exact same 5 players they had last season. So that'd be KT, Colin, Brenly, Ali, and Darian.
Okay.
I don't know who all's here, who all's not here, but that team is looking to be stable.
They're going to know their openings. They're going to come out of the gate pretty quick, take advantage.
They're going to have a game plan. They're going to have a game plan. And Battle Hive is a new-look team this season. Megan and Mahir have been there for a while now. They're still there. But they have Jerry Garcia, Jason Hester, and Kyle Franks.
A lot of good players on that team.
Yep. Kyle used to play with them back in Season 9, and now he's back.
All right.
Admittedly with a much shorter beard.
Fair enough. What are you looking at going into this game 2 for Be Kind, Rewind, and Boobies?
Looking at the stats here, the biggest thing is I think the Boobies just need a little bit more presence from their Warriors. If they're going to roll with 2 Warriors, that's fine, but those 2 Warriors got to put in a lot of work. I would love to see them maybe try 3 Warriors, but let's see what happens here. Aggressive here on the open by Sam. Oh, Gold doesn't have a Warrior. They're getting bumped out. Sam has to go help.
That's rough. Okay, so Gold has 1 Warrior coming up, and Blue has their Warrior coming up in the middle gate with snail control.
I want to point out something Blue Abs did. He did a really good job drone ledging and disrupting Gold's open, but he had a berry on his back in Gold Hive. So as soon as Sam killed him, the berry just immediately popped up and landed in Gold Hive. So
that'll be really impactful as Gold's already got 5 berries in.
Yep. So if Gold has 1 more berry than they've technically ran so far, but the Blue Snail's moving.
It is. And we're at Blue has an extra Warrior on Gold.
Oh, and
Gold is running in berries. They're doing a split objective.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if that pays off for them. They're only 5 out. 5 out.
Yeah, but I think it's about time if you're Gold, you consider bringing that snail back. Nice kill there by
double.
Aaron and Molly combined there.
That's huge.
Yeah, I think you got to get a Gold drone over that snail and bring it back a little bit. Blue started the transition to berries. They ran 1. Molly goes down.
Blue's exerting a little control over that right gate. They're going to try and get fully formed off of it. Gold's not contesting him.
Yeah.
And they're getting absolutely punished for just trying to trickle in and take over snail.
Okay. Well, Gold's bringing it back now. They're taking away Blue's win condition. So Blue's starting to switch to berries now, but they're way behind.
They're so far behind, and Gold had that berry in to put it in, make them only 4 out, and they elected to try to run it out.
Yeah, I think Gold Stripes was a little lost there. Sam in some hot water, but now with Gold being wiped, you got to try to get your Warriors back up. We're going to see what this looks like. Another berry gets run, so they're 4 out, but
both queens have full health.
Yeah, really got to see this Warrior form.
And this Blue Snail is becoming a problem. He's pushed very nearly.
It just really
80%.
doesn't look like the Blue drones are or the Gold drones are on the same page as the Gold Queen.
No.
And with a new Queen in your team, Sam was again not on this team last season. That'll happen. There's growing pains.
And Gold does have a fill-in, so he might not be aware of their
nice
strategy.
pop there by
That's
Matt.
a big punish. All right, we're on the last little bit for Blue to try to cement this 2 lead.
Oh, and another queen kill for Matt. Blue's getting loud.
And it's just this last final push, and
There
they got
is.
it.
So that's 2 snail wins.
2 snail wins.
I think.
Do you think we're going to continue seeing that as the strategy going forward?
I think so. I think Be Kind, ever since they formed a couple seasons ago, they've been big snail team. You know, they want to try and get all their warriors up. And I mean, they got a lot of people on the team that can play warrior. I'm not super familiar with gold or blue checks on the end.
Good player. I can tell you that much.
Remind me, do you know his name? Is it
Nope.
Anthony? Okay, I don't know. But
Wish I did, though.
But Ethan, Seth, Chris, Matt, they've been on this team for a long time now, and
They
gonna play well.
know their rotations. They
Yeah.
know how to talk to each other. They know the vernacular to get things moving.
yeah, that's the thing. Like, even when it comes to Be Kind, even when they were brand new and not as experienced, they didn't have the tech, they were always coordinated.
And if you look at the win percentage graph, you can see once they got on the snail, they were able to stay on top of it and cement that. And
Yeah.
orange really didn't have much of an opportunity to really take it back once they started getting things rolling.
Yeah, once Snail hit Waterfall, especially once that wipe happened, is really the turning moment there. Because like the chart was actually favoring gold for most of that map because of the berry pressure.
It really was.
But as soon as the wipe happened, all the warriors go down, that's when it shifted.
Yeah.
And Boobies never really recovered from that. But here we go, new map, Dusk map.
Dusk, and this is a berry-focused map.
Yeah. This one can go back and forth. Dusk and Night are both very viable for both objectives if you run them properly.
Let's see on the opening which gate
Okay,
they
so
try
we
to
got
get up
cross-
first.
Okay, side open here. Oh, walk
Okay.
under from Sam, but doesn't
Interesting.
prevent the form.
Blue starts with Snail Prio for objective.
Yep.
That's going to be worth at least 15%.
Blue is running more Snail. Only one berry so far for gold.
And that's behind Timpa if you want to
Okay.
be
But they're
running
al-
both.
But they're already bringing Snail back.
You're
Like,
right.
Gold is already trying to make sure that blue Snail isn't moving. And blue objective switches to berries.
It looks like they've got
Nice
one.
kill there
this
by
is
Molly.
massive. They've got one warrior committed to protecting the snail each.
Yep.
So we're going to have to watch the queen rotation for that numbers advantage. Although gold has two.
Great bump
what
by
a great
blue
bump.
checks. That's huge.
So blue now firmly has control over the map right now.
Well, they
with
do over
the third warrior
They do
coming
over
up.
Snail. They have control over Snail right now. Although, a kick in. Molly kicked it through her hive. Nice kill over the hive though. So blue doesn't have a ledge right now. Although their Snail is moving.
And it's only 3 to 4 berries.
Blue abs is really low. I'd like to see him get higher than that. Manages to stay alive down there though. Sitting on that nub is generally not a good idea. You want to be on either side of it.
And we'll see. We've got this gold queen coming around.
Oh, good little maneuver there by Aaron. Stays alive.
And there's
Nice
the
pop
queen
by
trade.
Sam.
All right.
Oh,
no!
but he gives it right back on a Miss
For
J.
nothing.
Didn't need it.
Okay, now blue is starting to get into really concerning territory on
Yeah,
Snail.
Snail's getting bad. This is where gold has to break in there. Oh, Ethan didn't check his wrap, but Sam doesn't punish him for it. Sam's got to get down there.
All right, it's 2 warriors on 3 for gold, and they've got to come back. The big queen pickup on the Snail Rider.
Yeah.
That prevents the
thing
game
is-
from ending just right
oh,
now.
but Sam might have left before he had an opportunity
Oh,
to.
and that's the game.
Oh, but he manages to kill a warrior.
Oh,
He goes down, though.
yeah.
This might be it. I think we might see another Snail victory
Yeah, it's
for blue.
a tap-in at this point.
Oh, they got janitors. It's over.
Very nice.
Be
All
Kind
right.
Rewind wins 3-0. We still play Twilight in this league. We always play the 4th map.
Always. So what are you looking for the boobies to really improve, to catch themselves? Because it seems to be pretty even going right into the middle of the game, and then there's a wipe and everything switches.
The biggest thing I need to see from the Boobies, I said last time warrior presence, but both their warriors were up over 75% of the map, which is really good. They have better up times than blue. But the problem is a lot of the times it seems like once Snail really gets rolling for blue, they can't recover it. Eventually, you got to go down there and try and make a play when Snail does get that bad. And also, they seem to have a really hard time getting a drone down there to actually ride it back.
Did Gold, I didn't notice, did Gold have a warrior guarding the ledge?
They did until Snail got bad, and that warrior had to move over to help with Snail. All right, let's see what this Twilight looks like.
All right. This is a different setup than what we've seen.
Oh, good invade
All
by
right.
Ethan.
So both
where he
teams
learned
go
that.
2 berries first.
Yep.
Oh, that's a big miss.
Yeah. Okay, we got some speed berries here for.
Both teams at 4 berries apiece.
Yep.
Nobody's touched Snail
So
thus
blue
far.
only has 1 warrior. Gold has 2.
Blue's warrior is speed, and Gold has 1 speed and 1 vanilla.
Okay, no, both teams got 2 now. That's good.
Okay.
Good bump there by Gold. Stripes.
5-6. Blue's slightly ahead.
Oh, great bump there by Blue Chicks.
Oh,
Gonna let
that
some
is
berries get
big.
in.
Oh, these dodges.
I would almost like to see the Gold Warrior switch sides, have the speed go ledge. Because with all these escorts, it's really hard for Molly to actually ledge here, and she goes down. Now Aaron has to rotate over and is not doing so. These berries are going in for free. Ethan doing a great job
They're on
boxing
the
out
last
Sam. He goes
3.
down.
Last 3 completely uncontested.
Molly goes down again. That's unfortunate. Aaron's got to go over there.
The Queen's
Finally
doing her
does.
best.
Dies to the Queen, though. Great job by Ethan. Just
Wow,
positioned
this is
perfectly.
aggressive,
Sam goes
and she
down,
gets punished.
And there it is.
And that's
that
the
was,
last.
That was dominant. That was dominant.
That
there by
was
B-Kind.
pretty
But remember,
strong.
we do have to remember that Boobies are in the lower bumble, whereas B-Kind Rewind is in the upper bumble. So a little bit of mismatch there is to be expected.
Especially with a fill-in.
Yeah. We'll see each of these teams play 2 more sets at some point tonight. So it'll be interesting to see how those go.
All right.
Thank you, commentators.
Oh, yeah. Next matchup is going to be from dusk map till dawn and the Wannabes. What can you tell me about this matchup?
Okay, so the Wannabes are probably, on paper, the strongest team in the league. They got Eduardo, Mario, Steven, Chris, and Drake.
All strong players.
All strong players. Dust Map Till Dawn is in the lower killer tier, but they got strong players as well. They got Josh, they got Anthony. Nate's been improving a lot. They got, who else? Doug, that's his name, yeah. And they got Phil, other Phil.
Other Phil. All right.
So they got a strong squad as well.
They might know what they're doing then.
Yeah. What
All
I'm
right.
interesting for Wannabes is I want to see who's queening this team because I don't know who's queening that team.
So they're on that far monitor.
Yeah. So far.
Oh, wait, no, that's the Show Me the Honey and the Battle Hive.
Yeah. So
Battle Hive is up by 1.
so far.
And seems to be a pretty even game.
I can't see the gold cam, so I can't see who's doing what, but I can see my guy Jerry Garcia's warrior in, and I love that.
Wow.
1 second, I'll be right back.
All right.
So Megan is queening for Battle Hive. I did not see that one coming,
Okay.
but that's really cool, actually. I was going to say, because I thought Mahir would go under center because he queened for them a couple times, but I guess not.
All right, so what are you looking for from this upcoming game from the Wannabes and from Dusk Map Till Dawn?
The biggest thing with From Dusk Map Till Dawn is they are without Anthony today, so it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough.
Are they
Especially-
missing their vanilla?
They're missing their speed.
Their speed.
They're
Oh,
missing-
that's a big impact.
Yeah, they're missing probably their best player.
Okay. How do you think their opening is going to change in response to that, if at all?
I think they're going to have Doug rotate over into the speed role. He seems to like doing that. We'll see. Not confident. I
All
will say
right.
I have not seen Dre or Eduardo for Wannabes. And it looks like we got Mario under center for the Wannabes. Hell yeah.
Eduardo missing will be a
Eduardo
big
missing will
absence.
be a big blow. And
big absence.
Dre missing could also potentially be a big absence. So this is also a great time for me to talk about when you are missing players, how do we decide who gets to fill in? Well, because there's 4 tiers, we have affiliate chains. And what that means is that I'm going to start at the bottom of it. So whenever a team in lower Bumble is missing a player.
What do you mean by tiers and by affiliate teams? So when you enter into the league, how does that kind of get sorted?
So last season, we had 3 sleuths. We had Killer at the top, Honey in the middle, and Bumble at the bottom. Those were like our 3 leagues, kind of.
Okay.
Killer was full of it was like our pro league, kind of.
So Killer's the top tier.
Yes. So now we split it up from 3 to 4. So we kind of have 4 leagues now.
Okay.
It's upper Killer, lower Killer, and then it's upper Bumble and lower Bumble. So if you're a lower Bumble team and you're missing a player, you can just pull from any other lower Bumble player.
But only the other lower Bumble.
Yes.
And I would imagine as you go up in tiers, you can pull from the lower tiers.
Yes, but you can only pull from one specific team in each tier. So, for instance, I'm on Reef Ride Bees.
Okay.
We're a upper Killer.
Right.
So we can pull from Illegibles, which is a lower Killer team.
Okay.
We can pull from Show Me the Honey, which is an upper Bumble team. Or we could pull from Hive 5, which is our lower Bumble team.
And so, as we're in the preseason now, you've determined all of those teams before the season has started.
It has already been determined.
And is that the case with every one of these teams?
Yes.
Okay.
So Sam and Molly are playing for the Wannabes. So this tells me that the Wannabes, that the Boobies are part of the Wannabes affiliate chain.
Gotcha.
These affiliate chains, by the way, are not permanent. No team is actually linked to other teams. They are all independent teams. Next season, whenever teams shift around and the teams are different, we will completely restructure whose affiliate is who. It's just a way to limit the sub pool to try to make sure that we encourage all of our players to show up.
And you get some regularity with the fill-ins too. So there's a little bit less of a knowledge gap from week to week if you've got to fill in.
Yeah, that means if you're missing subs, you're probably going to get the same sub that you played with last week, so they're already familiar with how.
Oh, that's a big pickup. Blues on their last Queen Life.
Oh, are you looking over there?
No.
This is a warm-up,
it's the opposite on the other monitor.
Oh, yeah.
Gold is actually on their last 3 berries with no Queen Life, as opposed to Blue,
they just
who is
popped
making
all
a
the
fine. Wow, that's actually a really interesting game. But regardless, we're going into From Dusk Map Till Dawn versus the Wannabes on day.
Yep. We're going to see how this goes.
Preseason, both teams seem very confident, if excited.
Yep, here we go. So let's see how this looks. We got a little bit of a makeshift Wannabes versus Dust Map.
All right. So both teams concede middle gate, but Gold comes up on left gate, which means that Blue doesn't have any warriors until just now on right gate, and they're going to use right gate to funnel up everybody. But Gold already has 2 warriors.
Pop there by Chris.
3 warriors.
Last warrior left for Blue is Doug.
Oh, this is.
And he's really low for being last.
This is scary. Scary for Gold.
Yep.
But Blue has been able to eke out a lot of win condition from the uncontested Snail.
2 warriors just went down, or 1 warrior just went down for Gold. So, another one go. Oh my God!
What
Josh.
a wipe!
That's not quite a wipe. Both teams still got warriors up. Ooh,
You're right.
I see you, Chris. Going for some spice. That's not like Chris. Going for some spicy stuff. That is a safe stick, though. That's not a super spicy play.
All right, we got Snail tied up right back in the middle with no berries run. Different than last game.
Yeah, so Gold is starting to push some Snail now. So now we're going to see how Wannabes push an objective when they're not full mill.
All right, Blue's just down 1 warrior.
Yep.
They're going to try and come up. It looks like right gate or
Mario
middle
gets
gate.
the queen kill back. Nice
doesn't
prevention
work
as
out.
well.
Yep.
I was wondering if Mario would go into Gold Hive to try and pick up the warrior that Chris had pinned up there, but does the safer thing and just, tags Gase, control the map. Nice pickup by Chris. A little bit of a missed high J there from Josh, and Josh is on last. Nice pickup there by Molly. One warrior left for blue. It is Aaron on blue skulls.
All right, we got Gold
And she
Snail
goes down.
pushing just about out of tunnel. It's starting to become a problem, and Blue Queen chooses not to contest it. It's going to get a little bit more value for his time.
Well, Josh is still trying to get his other warriors up because blue once again is wiped. And Josh trades really low here. Oh, manages to juke the warriors, but it goes for the snail instead of trying to get higher.
That was risky.
Doesn't get punished for it, though. Josh is slippery. He's always been real slippery. He's been slipping and sliding everywhere. Great lazy
Gold
J
gets
by
the
Mario there.
50-50, and now it's a real problem. They got,
And Chris gets
that's
the
the
kill.
game.
That was very competitive. This is kind of what I'm expecting from wannabes, though. Once they get the military advantage, they almost never relinquish it. So, like, once they get up on warriors and blue's down to 1 or wiped, I don't know if they're ever going to be 3 again.
They play very safe. They don't take a lot of risks positionally, and they like to hold space, which you really want to see from a snail team.
Yep. And you can see here, no military kills from anyone on blue other than the queen.
Yep, that's not what you want to see from blue, and Stripes really putting in the work. 3-1 with 6 objective kills.
We got Game 5 hype on the other cab.
Oh, wow. That game has gone even more interesting.
There should be.
And different than what we've seen thus far, they win almost exclusively berries. Blue won by berries.
I'm a double checker.
You're up?
Chris.
Down.
There's Game 5s, right? Yes, there is. Can they pick any map or Same league rules as always. All right, here we go. That was chaotic, but it's Game 5 hype on the other cab. Love
Game
it.
5 hype on the other cab, which means who gets to pick the map?
Whoever lost Twilight, which I'm assuming Battle Hype did because they were asking about which maps they could pick.
All right, we've got a very interesting position
Oh,
here.
Josh almost picked.
Wow.
Oh my God, good stick
This
by
is
Mario.
massive.
Okay, so blue has 2 warriors. Gold is getting 4 up, so they're full mill again.
Yep. And blue really doesn't have
Oh,
much.
just a
Okay.
blow Miss J maybe. I didn't quite see what
That's
happened
scary. Oh.
there. Good job by Josh not giving the egg right back. Love that.
Now that is a dangerous position to get out of.
Gold's not full mill anymore, so they have an OBJ. Good pop on the speed drone by Mario there. Blue has 3 warriors.
Blue has 3
Oh,
warriors.
good pickup by Steven there.
Gold is still looking for some kind of control of objective, and they don't have any.
Well, they have 4 berries. They're winning the berry race now. Oh, good pickup by Mario and Chris there.
It looks like
Another good sweep by Steven. Josh on last.
interesting. Blue has dedicated their Speed Warrior to guarding the hive, and he's gone. Blue is officially wiped from military.
They just got one up
They
mid.
just got vanilla. Okay.
Oh, let's go,
And
Steven.
that's the game. All right.
Oh, that was nice.
Wannabe
So
step
they
up
got
to
2 of
2-0.
those. They got 2 of those pinchers.
Wow.
Yeah, great pinch there. So Steven got 2 queen kills. Chris got the other. Chris hasn't died this set yet. Just throwing that out there.
All right. He's who to look for.
Yeah. Okay, so they chose day map for the Game 5 on the other cab.
And it's still a pretty tight game.
Yeah.
It looks like they're
We're only about 30 seconds into the map, so that might change. But at the moment, it's pretty tight.
they're running mostly
spin
only
move
berries.
by Jerry? Let's go.
Or only snail. Excuse
there-
me.
I'm going to mess around with this for a little bit. Is there
Go
a
for it.
way for us to...
Swap.
There's not. Okay, it didn't work.
Sadness.
It did not work. It was worth a shot, though. All right, here we go. Map 3, Dust Map versus Wannabes on Dust. We got wrap open for both teams.
Gold has a strong middle open. They take advantage of that middle gate, come up with both Vanilla
Gold sent
Warriors.
a drone through the wrap to invade Blue's safe gate. So
wow.
Blue got a warrior up out of mid, but not out of their safe. Oh, great stick by Mario. Okay,
Gold is really strong off this opening.
Gold's going full mill yet again. They got their full complement up.
No objective, ready to run.
Yeah, Blue only has 3 berries at the moment, so you're not mad at the full mill yet.
No.
Oh, they're pushing some. Oh, that's a speed snail.
That is a speed snail, and he's popped off trying to get it military, I would guess.
That was a great bump by Phil, but just lands right in the snail's mouth, unfortunately. Chris finally went down. That was the first time this set, so how dare you, Chris?
Sloppy work.
One death the whole set.
I mean, come on. You got to avoid some of them.
Gold's still in a lot of control, though. Blue is not wiped. They have 1, but Mario has both of his eggs. Oh, they both go low. And again, gets him on the stick. 3-0
wow. We've had some pretty one-sided games thus far.
Yeah.
We'll see if Blue's able to show something on this last game 4.
I know Josh likes Twilight, so we'll see.
I feel good about it.
Oh, great kill by Colin on the other cab.
And that game's just starting. It's just starting, but there's only 1 queen life left for the Blue.
The way Game 5 looks on the other cab, all the snail pressure's in favor of Battle Hive, but Megan's on last, and KT isn't. So, we'll see.
Blue needs to stay high for their queen just to keep
Blue's
it
wiped
safe.
over there. Blue's wiped over there. Okay, here we go. Twilight over here.
Gold's on last for queen life.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how these queens open. Let's see. I like to see how queens open on Twilight because there's still so many ways people like to do it. A fight over at mid. Blue invaded speed.
Blue's got both of the left.
Or no, Gold invaded blue speed. My bad.
Well, they kind of traded. And only Gold has warriors up, so it's not a great position. But Blue does have an extra berry in.
Blue is wiped and locked.
Oh, man. It's going to take more than just a couple of berries to tie this back up.
Yep.
Blue does have 1 speed doing back doors. But their queen is playing so aggressive and gets punished for it. Blue queen is on last. And
there it is.
Wow. Yeah.
I'm going to hop off the mic because I might be up soon. I don't know.
All right. So, back-to-back 0-4 games. Dominant showing from the Wannabes. So we're reverse high 5 versus BMC squared. We haven't seen them play yet. Who's not here? Okay.
Refried bees together.
All right, on back to see refried beans versus bees, excuse me, versus the illegibles. The refried bees showed up with all matching shirts. Hopefully that'll translate into coordination in game. That's not right. That's round 2. I'm really curious to see how they're dealing with the middle gate for Warrior. If they're sending somebody to bump, if they choose to take the bumps, or just continue bumping. If the queen's going to be there to support, to take control over that middle gate. Typically the middle gate is going to be right above the snail, which gives you pretty good control, especially after the warrior comes up. That's what I'm going to be looking for. Gold's got the vibes going. So it's vibes versus t-shirts. T-shirts are a more passive vibe, which is, it seems strong to me, but we'll see how it translates into play. I want to see how much stupid stuff I can get away with like that. I imagine quite a bit. All right. Going up into warm-up. Hopefully I don't have to do anything for that, because I'm not.
You commentating by yourself?
I am.
Is it this mic or this one?
I have no idea. Both are muted. Which do you want? Which did you grab? 3?
This one?
All right. It's live now. Go ahead, talk.
Can you hear me?
I cannot. Go ahead and grab one. All right.
Oh, no.
I'm going to unmute it. Maybe that didn't help. Talk again. Why is that not working? So we're looking at this opening, and the only player to have crossed the midpoint has been the objective runner for gold. I guess this is because of the warm-up.
It's a warm-up game.
Blue went all military on the warm-up. Not sure what to expect from that. But they got
It's like the thing to do for warm-ups, right? It's like,
2 speeds, though.
no, that's the way to go.
2 speed warriors.
Oh, no, we have so many people not signed in. How are we supposed to know who's who?
Guessing, I guess. Refried bees versus the illegibles. What are you looking for?
I don't know. I guess how everyone on Refried Bees plays around him. Let's see.
Okay.
Risk and wants to be here. And I definitely have like the better queen matchup, but you know sometimes it's more than that. And Dawn is very capable of popping up.
Blue wins the bump contest in mid and has a slight advantage for it. Gold's back up to parity with blue.
Takes off, nice bump, but not going to get the kill. Gold Ab's not ready for that bump from Gold Stripes. Oh, another great bump.
Oh,
from Gold
wow.
Stripes. Oh, Queen's in trouble. Okay, she's going to reset. Very smart, safe play there. And Snail now is back in middle.
Blue Abs is doing a lot, exerting control over that middle. The Gold Queen is smart to hold that ledge to kind of limit that. But now she's in trouble. Blue is completely taken over the right side of the map and is starting to push this Snail back over.
All 5 gates for blue.
Oh, wow, the Speed Snail from Gold gets stuck in the tunnel and dead.
That's unfortunate.
And Blue's moving the Snail back out of the tunnel onto their side of the map. We're seeing a massive swing for Blue, and it's now a matter of whether or not Gold can get back control of the map to try to contest this.
That was some excellent play from the Queen right there. Takes out the other one.
Wow! That pretty much ended the game.
Oh, wow.
If that didn't end it just right there.
That was like all one sequence. It started with the first Queen kill.
They moved almost completely in a line, straight across from left to right, and totally shut down any hope for Gold to get up a warrior on that right gate.
Oh yeah, that was great play from. It all started with that first Queen kill from Tim, and then they just had so much momentum after that. Grabbed some gates, got some more kills, got another Queen kill, and then finished off with the last one. You know, I think she lost all 3 of her eggs in like under 30 seconds for sure.
And at that point, you've got to play so passively, and when you don't have warriors up to make up the difference in your map control, you're kind of looking at Hail Marys for the rest of the game. But we're starting a new map, and we've reset everything back down to 0, and we'll see how they reapproach this next map.
Yeah, they're going to have a little bit of a reset here. John, see him in the cam, talking about what they did wrong. Maybe there'll be some new strategy here. We'll see if they stick with Snail or they switch to double berries or full mill, who knows. But he's doing a lot of talking in that cam, so I think something's up his sleeve.
So far, we still haven't seen a full berry commitment on this stream. We've seen a 1-1 split with Objective and Snail. And on this map, we see Blue take that middle gate, and Gold doesn't have any warriors up.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they're full
Blue
up
has
now.
full mill, total control, and wow.
They're being so aggressive. 2 Queen kills right off the bat with that full mill setup.
Totally swarming that middle gate. Gold tried to bait the Queen into covering that middle gate, but they already had a warrior up from the opening to cover it. And that's just not going to work.
John was just, he saw the team confidence, like, hey, we have KT and Christian, you know, they're both comfortable flying in the air and they're playing objective, so let's try the full mill, and it's working out for them. They got a, well, I guess not really a lead here. Snail is doing pretty good for Gold, but the Queen is definitely a little nervous.
Gold Queen is on her last life. She's got to play extremely safe and has to be very careful about contesting any kind of Snail movement here. And that was a very big pickup, but she's got enemies on both sides of her.
They got 4
And
carries in, so
they do.
start working on that. Oh,
And
wow.
oh man,
That was just, he was in such a bad spot.
it's hard to go when you got 2 warriors unaccounted for. Gold didn't get up more than 2 warriors, I think, in that entire game.
Wow, look at that for Katie. Very all-rounded.
Very
All-round game
strong.
right there from her.
There's really no gaps. Even looking at the win percentage from the opening, they had total control of that
yeah.
map.
That full mill see a counter now from Gold Team. They'll change it up.
I'm assuming that they were trying to, at least initially, go for Snail.
Yeah, I could tell because that they just came out. Blue Team just came out of the game like with such like tenacity that the game was immediately like put in their favor.
And they didn't get punished for it at all.
Yeah, they did not. Gold just had no footing that game.
That opening's so important. Where that middle gate goes really determines, unless they throw a surprise bump on the opponent's gate. It's really, really strong at the opening, especially if you don't apply any risk on objectives.
Yeah.
They were sticking to that ceiling, holding space, and it was kind of a buzzsaw going into it. Going into this map, berries are extremely important, those top 5. But we're going back Snail, and Gold has the objective this time with the Snail, Prio, and a Warrior up. But Blue does have that extra speed warrior that is only now being accounted for by Gold. And Speed Warrior picks up the other Speed Warriors, but they've already got a Speed Warrior queued coming up. It's already been replaced. Gold is pushing Snail fast, but Blue takes control over that right side and is starting to push it back. Gold only has 2 warriors there, but they're in the middle.
Gold Queen again on the last life. She's been playing really aggressive this whole set.
Blue has yet to die. The Blue Queen. She flies. Okay, all right.
Yeah, that was a tough spot to be stuck in.
She just got squeezed. She almost would have been better getting baited into that bottom, but even then, it's only bad news. She's running for the rest of the game once she's on her last life. Doesn't really have any agency to catch the game back up and contest objectives.
It was unfortunate though, because they were pushing Snail really well. They had us pass the nipple pretty quickly, and they lost Snail, and then after that, the Queen got put in a bad spot, and she died very quickly. But it's a tough team to Queen against,
It really is, and hopefully the eligibles are able to stave off for a last 4-0. Because so far we've gotten back-to-back 4-0s. We're really hoping for a variety on the approach, especially when you're so far behind.
I'll see how it goes on Queen. I mean, definitely going to switch to berries here, right? Yeah. Stripes going in.
There we go. We don't see any contest on that middle gate. Blue's using that right gate to come up.
Good tag in here, but still not getting control.
Gold.
Really risky maneuver, but
Gold
gets
was,
out of there.
they were standing on their right gate or on the wrong gate to come up. But they are very, very far ahead on berries. They're only 6 out as opposed to, with the kick in, 8 out for Blue. Queen is in a dangerous spot for Gold. This is the best position we've seen Gold in so far in this matchup. Great bait. Oh. All right, last 2 for Gold.
Unfortunately, Stripes misses the jump there. Great defense coming out.
Blues on their last 5, but Gold has both of the berries they need, and they get it! Gold saves the 4-0.
Right? Maybe they should have done berries every game.
They look pretty strong there.
Looks very good as a berry team.
Blue really got punished for going so warrior early that Gold just holding positions kind of buzzsawed their economy, and they were behind and couldn't catch back up.
We got some fist bumps over here.
Some good sportsmanship. Love to see that.
Right behind us on the commentary camera. Yeah, I don't know who's up next. Let's see over here. Yeah, we are doing preseason for Free Plays Killer Queen League Season 12. Chris is coming over here to top
Hey,
brackets.
Chris.
Oh, what?
I can't hear her in the audio, so I'm not sure.
Maybe. Mic check 1, 2. Darian, are you there? Mic check.
Now? Was it not on the entire time? Oh no.
I feel like you're 1.
Am I on? Am I on? I am 1.
Are you 1? You are 1. Yep. I can. Hold on. I got it. Try now.
Mic check 1, 2. Talking.
Okay, go ahead.
All right.
There
Can you
go.
hear me now?
Yep.
Okay,
now you're on.
so
So it's just like an audio board issue. It's got a tweak. All right, so I was thinking about getting you guys going. All right, so you are Show Me the Honey. You've already had one match, yes?
yeah, I was on the Ryan cab.
I think Pollen Count hasn't played. Let's have Pollen Count and Death from Above. Death from Above's playing right now. They cannot. I could get you guys versus Be Kind Rewind, or you guys versus B equals MC square, which they're not going to be here. So you've got one more like real good match. Who did you play first?
What's Megan and Mahir's team again?
Battle High Vapus.
Yeah, I went to game 5. It was good. But
Let's have Show Me the Honey and B equals MC squared, which would just be the boobies today.
okay. You want us on stream?
I want somebody on stream, so I want to guarantee that there's a stream.
Yeah.
See, I've got this match as well. I don't want you guys to get totally cold. What do you think? Do you want it next, or you want to?
Yeah. Whatever's, if you need a match for stream, I'm ready.
We're having issues with like the boobies need to play way too many matches, basically. All right, that should be good. I'm setting it for a warm-up as well.
All right. I guess I am hopping off the mic. As soon as my mic gets working, I hop off.
Are you up?
Yeah, I'm on stream now.
All right. Game 5 hype on the other cab.
What's up?
Yeah, no rush.
And it's going to be against the movies, which guys
Hey, Chris. Chris, is there only a capture card on this cab?
They're both streaming live.
Is there no way to switch cabs?
For commentary?
Yeah.
Not really. Not without losing the speed.
Solid gold.
a cord in the way?
There is a cord in the way. So we've got a substitution switch for the BMC squared and the Show Me the Honey. Frank's moving over to the other side, and Alex is filling in to Show Me the Honey. Just waiting on one more for the blue side over there. Final result for the Death from Above and From Dusk Matt Till Dawn is 3-2 for Dusk Matt Till Dawn. They clutch that victory via Queen, despite very nearly having Snail locked in 98% of the way through.
The warm-up setup on the stream.
Yes.
We don't want to warm up. Wait.
Warm up setup.
No. Okay, so they don't want the warm-up.
They want to turn off warm up.
All right, no warm-up game. We're going straight into it for BMC squared and Show Me the Honey. Alrighty, let's see what they do with this middle gate. That's what I'm very curious about on the opening. Feels so impactful having an extra warrior up and control over the middle. Let's see how both queens choose to deal with it. Interesting. It looks like the Show Me the Honey tend to prefer berries. I can't hear you independently, so I'm not sure if it's working. It's unmuted, but I don't have any indication as to whether or
Yeah, I
not.
bet you can hear me now, though.
I can hear you now.
Hell yeah. All right, let me show you the trick.
Okay.
These mics have numbers on the side of them.
I
1,
see
2,
those.
and 3. This button up at the top is the mute button. So
Right. I
And
can.
now you can hear me, right? And
Okay.
right now I can't hear you at all. And now you can hear, right?
I can.
Cool. There you go. That's it. That's the trick.
That's what I was pressing earlier.
Really
and
simple, though.
The button was turning off and on
That
with
son
the
of a bitch.
LED, but
Didn't
I
work.
swear to God, I didn't hear it regardless.
That's the classic IT troubleshooting experience right there. Somebody else comes in and is like, this is how you do it. You're like, damn it, I was doing that for 20 minutes.
Swear to God, it's so confusing.
That's how it goes, though. All right, I'm going to crank this up a little bit, too, because, yeah. All right, cool.
All right.
So it's just the, we're not warming up now. They got a kill right off the bat.
They turned off warm-ups. They went straight into it, and Gold picks up that warrior on that middle gate.
Whew, it's tough for Blue right now. They have one gate on the entire map and no warriors. This is
Blue starts from behind,
not
and
a great
the
starting.
Queen's already looking at a pinch. Has to flee out and is still in danger and gets punished for it.
Yeah,
Blue
Sam's
Queen is on last life.
already. Sam's looking for a gate safe. He's still gonna have a hard time finding one unless he gets a pick over here. But I'd be surprised if a warrior let that happen. All right, you know what? There you go. One safe form out of there. So they're one. Got to have one warrior make it two. So that vanilla warrior on abs over there's really got to stay up. Very important. That's 2 warriors.
Blue is running 1 berry runner, and they've got 3 berries in and are on Snail.
That berry swap is really important. That's good. It pulled a warrior up to the top and helped them give him a little space. They got the Snail back to the tunnel at least, so they're in good shape over there. It doesn't look like Gold's moving that Snail anytime soon right now. Oh, Gold warrior in tunnel. Could get trapped. Never mind. Got a free out there on the right side.
Blue Queen is being forced to be a little bit more active than she would probably want to, and is
Whoa,
right-
just saved the life on that bounce there, but that was close.
right
That's almost
there,
the-
and
oh, there it
is
is.
dead. All
A little bit
right.
questionable transfer there on that movement. I think you're probably okay down at that gate, Sam, but
Blue Queen is playing a little bit low for my liking.
I think that's definitely the situation there. Actually did a really good job of reforming, after that first initial lockout. I thought they were going to be done. 2 eggs down and no warriors up, and they still found a way to get a couple people going again. So good for them for that reform, but definitely want to see a little more safety with the play there on the queen. For Blue.
Micromanaging the gates to get a warrior up seemed to be super beneficial once they already had one up, and they were able to lock down the underside of that platform to get the third up.
Yeah.
We'll see if that's their strategy going forward. Last map, nobody really contested the middle, and Gold seems to take advantage of that, putting up 2 warriors from that middle gate.
Sam's such an interesting person to watch open on this map. When he plays queen, he likes to do a really aggressive low opening where he crosses over, and if he feels like he can give you a quick strike because you're not rising as fast as him, he just goes for it. Whoa!
Blue
nice dodge
Queen
there.
playing so aggressive.
But at this point, he doesn't have any gates. He's got the one gate.
And it's getting value. Blue already picks up a queen kill,
but no warrior gates. They did manage to tag speed, so he's got that one low warrior gate that they are looking to reform because they've only got one warrior right now, and it's vanilla.
They do, but they're on Snail, and they're pushing all of their objectives, and the only real recompense Orange is getting for it is 2 berries. And that's frankly just not enough at this point in the game.
Abs really missed that kind of strike. Oh, wow. Guess you ran out of taps there, Sam.
Well, that helps.
Wow, okay.
Gold's
so they
got
lost
a
that
warrior
position that they had.
advantage.
Blue's in a pretty good spot there. Had kind of control where that snail was moving, but now we got a drone looking to form up, running around with the berry.
Blue Queen looking to get pinched right now and flees out the bottom of the map. But this isn't any better of a situation.
This is a terrible spot. I'd get out of there.
She's going for the bump, but gets hit.
All right. Nope, didn't quite get on the bump on that queen there. The drone, respect the drone attempt. Uh-oh, whoa.
This is not good.
Behind you there.
Blue Queen on her last life.
No warriors up.
And
Got to find another
Gold
reform.
is
Got one in
on
mid.
Queen.
And turned at the last second. Little shuffle step.
All right. Show Me the Honey goes up 2-0 on BMC Squared. And that game was more even than the last one, I'd say.
Yeah, I think that, after they got that reform, Sam was able to catch back up on gates and was doing all right there, and then it kind of fell apart again. And I feel like we saw that happen at night. They're a little fragile. It's really, I think, what it comes down to because they, they had a few too many wipes, and Sam is just not he ends up falling into these low positions where he gets picked.
Extremely aggressive play. Yeah. Playing a little bit slower might help him, especially as he's looking to get his team formed up early. Getting those top gates where you're not as much at risk of getting picked off.
Now, I'll say too, for the Gold Warriors, they were a little bit shaky as well. We saw a few Speed Warriors feeding themselves into the Queen there, trying to find a kill, and they just got a little too close out of that mid. And they're in that little mid kind of holding spot, looking for a bump there that wasn't going to be there that fast. So
it's a 50-50 if done correctly, and
not all of us can be Tim with the timing.
Yeah, it's scary. So both
mid opening.
queens.
Wow. Yeah. So this is the exact thing that I was saying about Night Map. Same kind of thing here. Sam likes to tap faster than the other queens on openings and punish them for being a little too slow. So he's very aggressive on these middle openings like that.
Gold Queen still diving, even on these.
Gold Queen's trying to find a gate up here at the top and just afraid to contest. I don't blame him after losing that first egg, but now they're in a spot where they don't have a spot or for any of their warriors to form. Even right there, see, that's a really good form right there. Good job for that speed drone. It was that Skulls. Nice for them for finding that spot, not getting picked too early.
Blue is completely dominant on the right side of the map.
I think you'd like to see one of the warriors over there helping to contest those form-ups because they really only have the one gate to pull warriors out of on that side. 3 berries in, tops for both teams. Right now, it looks like Blue's kind of controlling the middle and the ceiling
Gold
up
only
there.
has 4 berries left.
Yeah, but 2 of them are top. I think 2 top berries for both teams is not bad. I'm a little curious about why the blue team decided to run a snail there at the middle of the map, and they're not really moving that too much.
Maybe out of convenience
Oh, and a
just
kick
to push
in.
that snail.
Only got 1 berry top
Oh,
left
that
for
hurts. Gold's at their last berries. Only 1 top
Well, the queen
and
is
1 that
controlling
can
the
be
ceiling up
accessed.
there, so it'll be tough to drive that berry in. Uh-oh, that's
Well,
challenge. So
unless she
1
gets
berry
picked.
out and a kick out of there from the Blue Warriors to get that berry out in a safe spot. But again, we're looking at 1 berry. They're just going to form up and escort this. We got a warrior and a queen up there to escort this berry in. We got a 1 drone walking it.
Blue queen is on last.
That's it. She got lost the ceiling there, forced out by the berry runner, and that was
just
it.
a slight error, and that's the game. Just a little bit too far on that left.
Nice pressure there from the gold berry runners. They really put Sam in that position where he had to basically dive down low to stop a berry run, and he couldn't get back up there. And he was stuck up there too because he couldn't go back tag gates because he was having to be a hive guard.
And the game was in under less than 1:45, which meant that they were able to get those berries in pretty consistently.
I think the trick here, look at the stats on this. I really feel like the thing that the gold team can improve upon here is warrior uptime. You see a lot of low percentages on their team, and as much as they're succeeding on the objective, I kind of wonder if that's a thing that could help them out even more. Wow, look at the berries flying in on this opening here. 3 berries. Oh, wow.
Blue
5
opens
berries.
with 4 berries.
4 berry runners.
You don't
like,
see
forget
that
it, everybody
often.
go in.
That is a difference compared to the snail-only openings that we've seen thus far.
A ton of pressure on the hive guard or the ledge guard over there for that gold warrior.
They are asking the queens to do a lot, as a warrior has yet to come up for either side.
I gotta say though, this is it's kind of even still. We're only 3 berries out for blue. Oh, 2 berries out for blue.
It's not even. Blue is in
Yeah,
a
they're definitely have the edge
suffocating
here.
position.
Yeah, they're definitely got the edge there. Oh,
Blue
and a little bit of
also
kick out
has
there. 1 berry
all of
left.
the
Here comes the
gates
last berry.
open.
Last berry right there. Last berry. Come on, get in there. You can do it. Yep. Let's clear out. Come on, berry runner, be brave. No, you missed.
Wow.
And the follow-up. There we go.
All
That's
right.
it. Oh, and right before the last gold dunk, too.
Wow. That was a tight one. And Blue takes it.
A bold
Blue
strategy.
takes it.
A bold strategy, Cotton, and it definitely paid off.
By the fraction of a second.
Oops, all berries.
And Gold put in 2 berries there at the end.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was close to being a tie. Clutch dunk there. Good job, guys.
That was a great matchup. And with both teams going all berries on the outset.
Yeah, I do. I will say that, I think what we could say from watching this is that, the Queens and the Warriors are not playing quite safe enough. They're going a little bit too low and giving away their lives on these maps. You can see that happening with Blue Queen dropping eggs pretty fast, and then with the Warrior uptime being so low on some of those maps for the gold team. A little dicey, but at the end of the day, they came out of there. It looked like everybody had a good time, and I think we had 3-1 win for
gold.
For Show Me the Honey, right?
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
But you know what? Good job for B equals MC squared with that audible, that full berry run. You know what?
They
Great.
made the most out
of it. That's like when you stop and you go, what are our strengths? Let's go for those. And the strength is apparently running the berries, dunking the perps.
Making that progress that's permanent. We'll see if the boobies and high five
Ooh, that's
take
me. I got to
anything
go
from
over here.
that.
So I'm going to take a break from this commentary, and I will see y'all on the cabinet.
Well, I will say farewell and look forward to this game. We'll see who the fill-in for Hive 5 is. I would imagine it's Frank if he's not preoccupied. All right, you're muted.
There we go. That should work.
It does.
I can hear myself. All right.
All
I
right.
can step
What
in the frame.
what are you looking for from these two teams as we're going into this round 4?
Boobies and High Five. So with the Boobies, they're a long-established team. So I'm looking to see kind of like, the sort of the same groove we've seen in seasons prior, just kind of getting into their nice flow of the game. So they like to take the game very slow, very methodical, just, one step at a time, one gate at a time. High Five is one of the newer teams in the league. So we're kind of looking for them. They've got a lot of new pieces this season. So we're trying to see if they can find, they can put it all together, put something together. Definitely expecting a very drawn out game with this one. It'll be a war of attrition.
So to open it up, and what I'm making the theme of my commentary is the opening, that middle gate.
Yeah.
Do you see a queen contest at that middle gate from both teams?
No, I think, 9 times out of 10, the queens will bump in front of each other.
But the last 3 games, we haven't seen that, which is
Really?
interesting.
It depends on the level of play. And also the sort of the standard open isn't always the standard.
Right.
You'll see more often than not in in Killer Sleuth level matches, you'll see sort of the standard, queens bump over the gate and they let the drones figure it out.
Right.
And that's kind of it. But in other, sometimes, queens, when they have, at this level, you can really experiment with some different strategies and different openings.
And
so you get to
we've
see
seen,
some crosses.
We've seen is they will actually default to the safe gate, and the warrior will come up, and they'll protect, and they'll get full military.
Yeah, that's usually, if you think about it, if both queens forget about the middle and everybody just gets up on their gates, it's a neutral game state, right?
Right.
Because you crossing over onto their side of the map opens you up to a counterattack, and sometimes for the sake of the game, it's better to just be live and let live, because then both teams get up in a neutral state, and then the game progresses from there. It's chess is a really good example, because the first series of opening moves have been very well explored in chess, but any deviations after the 5th move, or in the case of Killer Queen, after about the first 10 seconds, it's a completely new game state that has never existed before.
Yeah. And I am personally very curious as to the development and what map they choose, or what gate they choose to form around, because we've seen a well diversified where one side is looking at taking over all 3 gates, and they're happy to bump the other team off of the far away gate. And we've also seen a takeover of one gate and hold it to get your full team up.
I personally, it really depends on the team that I'm working with. If it's if I'm getting a team together and we're just figuring things out, I like to be sort of cohesive. Let's get everybody out of the same gate. But if you've played with each other for long enough, you can go ahead. You can try spread out, cover as much ground, because if you can deny the other team the open, then that's huge.
So on this one,
they're warming up.
Okay.
Yeah, they're warming up. But you can kind of see you can kind of get an inkling of, Sam's queening on blue team for the boobies. So you can get an inkling of what his intent is just by how he's pushing forward. And you can see Christian, the gold queen, you can kind of see how he's adjusting his positioning. So more likely than not, I expect Sam to have a more aggressive posture. So don't be surprised if blue queen comes out and starts trying to occupy as much space on the map as possible, whereas the gold queen is more than likely going to try to consolidate the space that they get and form around whatever that central gate is.
Gotcha. And for both strategies, how do you see the objective playing around what their role is? Do you see that early bury in, or do you see that quick contest on the snail?
The team that creates the most space at the beginning of the game is the team that has basically first dibs on the objective. So they'll probably get access to the snail first. They'll have space to pour in as many berries, and it's going to be up to the other team to react to that and respond, whether that be trying to pop the snail or getting a warrior all the way across the map to contest to ledge guard. it's going to be whichever team creates the most space, they're kind of in the driver's seat for that first bit of the game until we move into the mid-game stage. And that's when, after some warriors have cycled, after things have happened, right? So we won't know until then. But there's pros and cons, right?
So for a team that intends on pushing snail at the outset, do you send your objective runner straight to the snail to start pushing it?
I would say so. You're giving up that little bit of so we see, okay, so blue team is a berry team, so they have their bucket. And you see
orange goes for the snail first.
Yeah, and you see gold team sort of having to immediately respond. Blue is content with just the one warrior, but the bucket is broken. So now gold has a response in the hive. Snail's out of tunnel, so now that's sort of, the faster the snail gets out of the tunnel, the more it's a priority for the blue team. So by gold, sure, blue took a lot of space here, but because there were so many berry runners, gold had the time to set up their military. Although now the military is pretty even, it's 2 warriors to 1, and the 1 warrior is tied up in this top left quadrant. So now
all of the gold warriors are up in the top left, reducing the berries that are being runted, which frankly aren't that important.
Yeah, and you can see here, it's like what the blue team kind of had to do there for a second, they're not creating their own objective. They're reacting to gold's objective, right? So they're the ones that are sort of like beholden to the snail at this point.
Wow.
Oh, what a queen trade right there.
You really want to see the blue warriors get on the other side of the queen, not both stay on the same side.
Yeah, I'd say in this state, there are 3 berries. There's 2 ledges in the top left corner. I think as long as gold steadily makes progress towards the snail, they're in the driver's seat here. Because those berries aren't going in at an effective rate. They need to be going in like much more frequently. And you can see now the snail is far enough away. They can't necessarily afford to run berries. Because 1 warrior sits there, and then they have the rider, and then they're not creating their own objective. They're reacting to gold's objective.
Wow, I was about to say blue's speed warrior isn't doing much, but he picks up a queen kill.
Yeah, so now the calculus has changed, though. Gold queen is on last. Gold has 1 warrior left, so now, sure, the snail can move as much as you want, but they don't have eggs are a resource in this game, and you can see the berries are slowly.
The queen really has to play on the top half of the map, and is therefore prevented from really contesting snail at all, which means she's got to keep her warriors up alive and only tap gates when it's super, super safe.
It's up to a lot of people put a lot of faith. Ooh.
And that is a J that ends the game.
A lot of people put almost too much stock in what the queen is responsible for. The queen is not responsible for the movement of the objective. That is the warrior's responsibility.
Yeah.
That's how the team dynamic, and that's kind of what you see here is like, you could see that gold was moving their objective, but they can get thinned out. They can get spread a little thin if they have too many resources in one spot, like 2 ledges and 1 snail guard, as opposed to the other way around, 1 ledge guard and 2 snail rider or snail guards. If you have those 2 snail guards, that snail probably moves a lot farther. And ideally, you want to be in a state where your queen is just tag gate, move, tag gate, move, tag gate, occasionally kill something. But that's you want to get as a queen, your priority is in order, stay safe, tag gates, in that order.
And as long as you can tag gates, that's fine. And you've got your warriors up to help move the objective along.
Yeah.
But once you got a warrior picked, you're starting to look at having no gates, and you've got to tap one of them.
The real difference maker in this map, too, was the military presence. Blue had an amazing military presence throughout the map.
It really
Gold,
did.
while they did have a lot of objective pressure, they got that snail out of the tunnel multiple times. They didn't stay alive long enough to make the most of it. Because if your warriors keep dying, then who's there to protect the objective? Blue, in a long-term situation, blue just kind of has to, like, bleed, let them bleed out a little. Sure, they can bleed a little snail. Those berries will eventually pour in because you can't take a berry out. Once it's there, it's there.
And every time a warrior dies, it's a berry that could have been run.
It's another berry that could have been run. So blue made the most of what berries they used. And all right, so a little bit. So you can see Sam again. He's playing very aggressive.
They had two drones there with berries on that right gate from blue.
Yeah,
and one of them defaults back to running a berry, and they've already got 4 berries in.
Yeah, blue's in a fantastic position right now, barring that one queen death, which was entirely accidental. Gold is wiped. They're getting the 1 speed warrior out of middle, and sure, the snail is almost to the waterfall,
but it's really not that impactful.
All it takes, and now blue has the time, right? They have the time and the resources. Look at all the gates. They're all blue right now.
And blue already has 6 berries in. Those are berries that can't be taken away or matched by gold.
Yeah, that's half of the hive already, right? So blue queen, take your time, tag your gates however fast you need to. Once the snail's about here, though, if I'm checks, I'm just getting off the snail. I've pulled it back as far as I need to. Let's run a couple more berries, right? Because now it's like, sure, the snail is moving, but look how far back it is in comparison, right?
And it doesn't matter if the snail is moving until it gets all the way into the gate. Until then, blue's only 4 berries out.
Yeah.
And they're already reforming with now another berry in.
That's the thing about the snail objective. All it takes is 1 warrior to sort of defend it. Everything else, like you got a berry and hive right there, barring. Oh no, it doesn't get kicked out. It doesn't get kicked out.
It's not getting knocked out.
Yeah. So gold has to make some kind of decisive change, and they have 2 ledges. That's a lot of resources. One of which could be. Yeah, all the gold military presence in the bottom left of the map.
They need an objective, and Snail might be there for it.
I'd say be careful if you're blue team. I see the escort.
It's over.
Yeah,
they had both of the berries there to tap in, and they slipped by that 1 ledge.
Yeah, that was a good escort. I didn't quite see it. The 2 drones blended in for me. I thought I only saw 1.
It was sneaky.
Yeah, my only concern with that situation is just like, hey. The snail, it's good. You can let the snail bleed a little bit. Just make sure you have a warrior. Yeah. But at that point in the game, you have the game-winning berries in hand. Queen can just stay there, make sure, get the game, right? But if those berries don't get in, then you have to immediately go to snail, no questions asked.
If they had formed up on snail just 20 seconds earlier with the queen and 2 warriors completely uncontested, it would be a different game.
It would be a different game because gold would be kind of in the driver's seat here. They'd be the ones pushing that snail forward.
And they wouldn't have enough time to run those berries in.
Yeah, that's the main thing is sometimes and again the military differential too just helps. Molly had a fantastic game, 4 and 2 with the queen kill. That queen kill earlier in the game where clearing the hive, that was I think decisive.
So going into this game 3 for Hive 5, how do you want the opening to change, if at all?
I think berries. Consider berries as an option because I think the early berry push on this map is viable. If you're struggling to get that snail to establish that snail, try berries, and then it becomes a game of who controls the airspace, which I think is it levels the playing field a little bit because both teams are going to be vying for the top of the map.
And you can always push snail.
You can always set one aside to push snail, but it shouldn't be the crutch of your strategy unless you're willing to dedicate the pair of wings that it takes to move it.
Makes sense.
So we'll see how these teams form up. It looks like both teams are berry teams. You can see we've got the split for it. The queen's opting to bump over the gate. So there's the berries.
We've got the berries, but no
blue
snail or form up.
That's an interesting split that blue opts for.
Just seems like a 10-second late.
I don't know what. I guess the play was to get their military up. Sure, they've got berries in, but gold has a significant advantage.
And gold is already.
Yeah, this right here is already a stable game state right here.
Gold has completely taken over, and their blue has no warriors up.
Yep. get that top berry. Yeah,
and
blue
gold is only 5 berries out as well.
Yeah, and it's the top berries that matter here. So this is basically a
They're
3-1
on their
advantage.
last one, and there it is.
The kick is up. Fantastic bump.
Oh,
too.
okay.
Yeah. So now here's the thing. Now
The
you're in
little
the
bump helps a lot.
all the gates are gold, right? Blue queen lives at the top of that map. We got a loose berry coming in.
Sure.
Yeah, so here we go. Good pickup, and that leaves the hive wide open. Here comes Gold Checks running it in. Easy does it. Perfect execution there. That's exactly what you want to see. It's like you come in, you got the berry roll, and that was the right choice. I think Blue just looking for that, trying to establish that dominant military presence, and then the objective sort of running away. And again, those the berries were fantastic. Great job, especially the outside players on gold. 6 berries run, 5 berries, and then the accidental kick in. But that was just rush objective. Another valuable lesson too is uptime percentage. If you're going to care a lot about the numbers, it's one number that's actually worth like maybe overthinking is the uptime percentage. 76, 92%. Those warriors ensured that the snail didn't go anywhere and that the hive was filling up. Whereas the uptime on blue just wasn't enough uptime to stop the berries in any capacity. So both teams here are more than likely going to opt for the berries. That's just the default on Twilight for whatever reason. But we'll see how it goes. Again, both teams will opt for the berries more likely than not. Hey, Manny. Yeah, he's playing around. We got Manny over here. He's playing with the trophy. Yeah, the camera's a little it's over here. So you're gonna. There he is. There he is. Hey. All right, so we're checking in to see how this game's gonna go. It's 2-1.
Going better.
Yeah, High Five just won their first map of the set, looking to force a game 5 here. And on the other machine, we've got Be Kind Rewind filling up their hive pretty comfortably. Say about half hive. All right, both teams are loading in. Again, I'm expecting High Five to try for the same type of berry flood. Got some possible bump action here at the speed gates. Good stuff. Blue checks. Doesn't prevent the speed, though. Both teams a berry in. Boobies trying to establish their military as much as they can. They have a ledge. The entirety of the gold team's military is pretty much at the ledge. Yeah, so all it takes is really one big ledge to try to form this out. Queens hover in the middle. Honestly, it's a crapshoot what the queens are supposed to do on this map. Oh, that's an unfortunate kick in. Good J. That was a crispy J. So both queens having a little bit of a stare off, but Gold Hive is open. So if anything, I'd say Gold is winning this position by virtue of just wasting time. Oh, and the berry gets kicked back in. Good job, Blue Abs just being there. Then Gold Abs with the cleanup, but these berries are just pouring in. Yep, you just got to hit the short hop, short hop, short hop. Wow. So Blue's wiped. They have 4 berry runners. I don't see the snail here. Doesn't get the warrior. Yeah, gold. Okay, there's a ledge. There's a ledge. Yeah, Gold Queen doing a great job escorting those berries in. Your drone's got to jump, even if it's a short hop, right? Don't do a full hop. That was worth it. That's worth it. That egg right there. Normally you don't want to lose it, but I think that's worthwhile as long as it leads to good bumps. Good bumps. Don't chase. Good kill. And the drones. You got to jump. You got to jump. Press the jump button. There you go. And that should be the game. All right. So we got a game 5 situation. High Five has been doing a good job running those berries in. And you hear the game 5 chants in the house. All right, but Boobies get the choice of map here. I think High Five are really in their element here when they're looking for the... They're definitely in their element when they're looking for the berries. Is there a stool I can sit on? No. All right. I'll do this standing up. So if I were the Boobies, I would more likely than not opt for either day or night. Night seems like a sensible choice. Berries are very difficult to run on this map. Not as difficult as day map, but I'd say fairly difficult enough where also your military, you want to exercise what you have. And I'd say Boopies relatively has the military advantage. So I think exercise a map where your warriors matter, where controlling airspace is the name of the game. And I think, where Sam the Queen is like, Blue Queen wants to be as comfortable as possible controlling as much airspace as they can. And their berries worked really well on this map, so we'll see how this goes. I do expect Sam to, he's definitely going to go for the rise here. I think he's a little too aggressive, but opting for the low gates is a justifiable choice. Oh, good catch. Very risky, but it worked out. So now you're in the situation where you can clear it. Yeah, good escape by Gold Skulls here. Okay, Gold's Hive is open. Blue's wiped though. So so this is where like this map choice is kind of starting to bite them in the butt. And you can see Hive 5 they've gained their bearings. They've got a lot of ledge. Close call with the Queen right there. Yeah, and look at the Gold Hive. It's just berries, berries, berries. Sure, Blue, okay, Blue's got their military going. Yeah, there is a famine berry. But given the state of the game and what build we're on, it's more than likely it'll still trigger. 4 berries out as opposed to 4 berries in. So Gold Queen just kind of has to occupy time and space. Good Jay gets their, 2 out. If the Warriors can get one more like big kill, mind you, Blue Hive is half full, so they're no slouches either. Yeah, but we're looking for something. The ledges, oh, the berries got the berry and hive, and there's the call. Don't kick it. Good jumping over, and game-winning berries in the hive. Oh, it got kicked in! Yeah, sometimes you just hit it a little too hard. All right, the teams are going to do GG's behind me. Yeah, you got to be careful with those berries. They don't want to stay on the ground. They want to go up. Very good. That was a reverse sweep, too. Well done. All right, next up we have Pollen Count Refried Bees. Good job, though, Hive 5, adjusting their game plan. And sort of, they got their footing there after a couple games. Very well done indeed. On cab number 2, we've got Show Me the Honey and Be Kind Rewind. Be Kind up a map right now. They're on night map. Neutral game for the most part. Snail is in the middle. And we're... Yeah, this mic should be good. Is that number 2? All right. Actually, you know what?
Yep.
You just played, so talk me through that set. How do you feel, especially with the reverse sweep too?
I felt a little shaky after that first map. I felt like I made some misplays, and we didn't have any stability on day map.
Yeah.
And then I thought we kind of hit a groove a little bit on night map and got a little bit better, but we still, I think, were a little bit shaky on a couple plays. Had our Warriors blow out, and I know that Vitos was feeling really uncomfortable being a ledge guard. But by the time I got to the last 2, it was like, you know what, guys, let's just run the berries. Let's get, we have a very focused opening. We're not having to worry about who's getting second speed, special bumps, any of that stuff. Yeah. We just said all we're going to do is run the berries, have the vanilla go over the head of or go try to block the objective at the very beginning. It was a very clear set of instructions, and everybody could kind of play off of it.
I think I saw that pivot too. Like going into game 3, I saw that pivot. And I even said earlier, I was like, what I'm looking for out of y'all's team is maybe try the berries. If you're not able to set down the snail fast enough and get it moving, try the berries. And look at that, your reverse sweep. Yeah. Especially that second night map too. You guys really got your bearings down.
Yeah.
And a lot of good pressure. I think you did a great job keeping your space because Blue Queen was playing very aggressively. And I think you did a great job taking your space, taking your time, and just let those berries flood in, right? Your warriors were up where they needed to be. They didn't take unnecessary risks. They just stayed alive, and the berries just kept pouring.
That was actually an adjustment that we made, I think, for some safety for the Warriors at the beginning of that map. So we did change, and we said we're going to go berries first instead of trying to go snail first on this map.
Yeah.
I think it's safer for us, especially when we're playing against Sam, because he always opens low. He's got this, like his opening, he taps faster than a lot of the queens at his level.
So he plays very aggressively.
He always opens low and taps as fast as he can and tries to get a kill off the middle and night map every single time.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, so it was kind of the consensus was like, just form up, go guard the ledge. We're not going to get an early snail anyway because he's always going to be right over the head of the snail. Mm-hmm. So just go get safe. We did struggle a little bit on our speed forms on night map.
Yeah.
So we need to practice that because I think James got bounced out twice.
So yeah, there is counter tech for it.
Yeah.
Normally,
we didn't practice it because he wasn't aware.
There's a reason that speed bumping isn't very highly considered in higher level play.
I know.
It's just not a thing because everybody knows.
Right. You see somebody coming, you just stand a little bit closer to the edge, and then you get bounced in, and they bounce to the ground. And you go, okay, we're good.
Yeah, it's like there comes a point where you just realize, or your speed warrior gets good enough to where they just like. Yeah, bumping speed means nothing. It is a waste. It's a waste of a drone.
Exactly. It slows down. I guess maybe if that's your second speed and that's what your strat's
It doesn't even. No, it doesn't.
I don't think it's good even.
I don't. No, it sounds a little harsh, but it truly does not accomplish anything.
I really think on night map it's worthless. Honestly.
Yeah, it is. No, you're entirely
I think
right.
Debatably, depending on what the dusk map what a dusk map opening looks like, it might be decent on that to deny a speed there. But even then, I think it's questionable.
Yeah. So both teams here going at it. Pollen count short a lot of their core. Refried Bees is entirely here. I think they're one of the few teams that is entirely like set up and ready to go.
Oh, this is this is one of our killer league matches actually.
Yeah,
right here.
this is definitely one of your killer league matches. Yeah, Eric is queening this season. You can see a little bit of that's a good shuffle there. First leg of the map. Both teams have a decent military presence, although Pollen Count taking advantage of the fact that the snail's out.
Oh, nice turn
good
there.
Punish. That was great job
Kennedy.
punishing that J. Yeah, so Gold's right in that snail back. They're down to one warrior, though, so I'd be careful about that. I think it's worth it to bleed snail a little bit, but you got to get something, right?
I think Blue's got a good job of controlling the warrior gates, but you know that he's asking for speeds over there. He did form a speed drum a second ago, so I guess he's just waiting, being patient for a drone to come ready for it.
Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about for Refried Bees right now is like, what's their objective? What's their long-term plan?
Yeah, I feel like it's really basically forming my military up right now. They
that's
have
a
not
wide.
figured that was a good.
Yeah,
good
I mean
kill
this is almost an all hands to snail emergency. Like,
yeah, we're kind of getting to that point because they didn't have anybody really forwarding that objective.
Yeah, there's been a lot of warrior churn for Refried this map. Oh, that's good job seeing that setup and then getting out of it.
Yeah, Tim's a little trapped there. Okay, so Abs came to kind of cover and got it back out.
Yeah, you go. That's good on the Warriors. The Warriors are the ones who created that space in the first place.
Yeah, Abs really read that situation very well and gave him a heads out.
Yeah.
So still looking for a way to control that kind of objective space over there, and I think they found a little bit of space. Looks like Blue Checks is in a. Ooh, wow!
I wouldn't count him out. Just that's a ping pong.
I'm not counting him out, but it looks like they were struggling
that's
to
a
find
wipe.
Wow.
That's a very tough situation. You can't die for it.
Oh, and got a queen kill there for that one.
Yeah, but stuck
he's
at the
so
bottom
low.
of the map.
Oh, what a dodge.
Yeah,
and
good
a kill
out.
off of that. Unbelievable right now.
Stay safe. Get your warriors up. Probably, yeah, now you can invest in a speed. But yeah, that snail is getting ever more and more critical. So now something has
playing
to
it
give.
right, though. I think he's got to prioritize the form
it's
and wait
for
for
the warrior
to
be the difference maker, and that's just not happening.
I mean, I think in that situation, that was the right decision to go sack for that warrior form stop.
Yeah, it's
now
just
Tim's by himself.
Yeah, the problem is you just can't give up eggs. You got speed checks trying to feed. Tim getting boxed out of the snail. Finds the outs, but there's berries is flying out in between. Yeah, this is not an ideal situation.
I guess in this point, you're just kind of waiting and hoping that one of your drones makes a bounce play.
Whoa!
Oh, my God! How is he alive right now? Unbelievable.
Good jump. Yeah, good attempt by Blue Check trying to
still,
close out the map.
J. And all those berries down there's got to be giving him a little bit of a heart attack. Oh, through the wrap.
Trying to hold as much of that space as possible.
That's just a lot of pressure to be dodging those strikes over and over and over again.
I will say,
Tim played his ass off.
Gold Queen really did try. It really was the Warriors there.
You know, they were playing well in a few spots, but I think that they struggled to reform when they had that second major wipe.
Yeah, I think they struggled to. I was gonna
Look
say
at those uptimes: 27%, 11%, 32%.
And
everybody's got a little bit, right?
Nobody's
up the whole time.
Yeah, Michael in Furnace on gold checks. He was like the one putting in the most work out of the Warrior core. You can kind of see, 2 and 3, 45%. But look at the stark difference on the other side.
Yeah.
4 and 2, 6 and 2,
yeah.
3, 1, 1. Tim's the one. There's so much pressure on Tim, Gold Queen, to get the ball rolling. You need the rest of your Warrior core up.
Yeah, you could see Liam and Brian were really solid for the Blue Warriors over there. Definitely kind of anchoring that team up. So let's see if we can get a little more stability this round. I know this team's capable of it.
They're definitely capable of it. I think they just, I guess they just weren't necessarily prepared in the way that they wanted to be.
All right, high opening for Gold here. Still keeping that snail pressure under control.
Yeah, pretty standard open across the board. Queens trading gates, dropping down. So Gold has opted for bottom left gate, pretty standard.
Yeah, I think Tim wanted to get in there, but realized that wasn't safe. So going to take the consolation prize of that speed gate.
Yeah, take the consolation prize. Getting your Warriors
nice
up is
on that, Jay.
There we go.
Nice,
Good punish.
Good punish there for that.
Yeah,
that Warrior stayed there for
Gold
a little
has
too
their
long.
triangle.
All right.
They have their triangle. They can take some time. A little bit of an unnecessary fly up, but Gold still has their Warriors to work with. So as long as they get that snail moving at a decent pace,
I think
they should
Tim
be
was
fine.
worried about getting those speed gates back is why he left that spot.
Yeah, but you should be able to entrust that kind of space to your Warriors, and the Warriors are doing a good job of just holding the space that they need to.
Okay, snails off the rope here. Nice bounce to keep yourself alive there, Checks.
Yeah.
In a dying core, but you're costing the Warriors time, so that's good.
Yeah, we're going into pretty standard fair gate cycling at this point.
Blue Queen in a really tight spot.
Good punish.
Good punish for that one.
Yeah, that's Gold.
All the Warrior gates tagged by Gold. All the gates tagged by Gold. So Blue's got their work cut out for them.
We're essentially in lockout, but not quite. Yeah, we're in a bit of a sort of a pseudo lockout here. The goal here for Gold is to wipe Blue. That should be the goal. Good form prevention, good exit. Gold skulls. That's Hayden. Yeah, Hayden definitely taking better care of himself this map. I say that and
right
immediately
when you say it, gave him the caster curse.
Does the right thing though of preventing the form. It just cost him his life, where there was maybe a possibility it wasn't necessary.
I think if there were no Warriors left, or there was one Warrior,
I'd say it's worth
questionable. They got that word through the wash, so their stripes
good
dying.
cap. Yeah, good cap by Liam there. Just
I think the
punishing
movement of these Warriors is nice kill, Tim. So Blue is actually wiped right now.
Yeah, and then Gold has a lot of time and space. That was worth it.
Ooh.
That could have been it, right? Well,
but at this
still
point,
an egg,
so much pressure on the Blue Queen.
Yeah, so Gold's just playing the lockout.
Nice
good
kill.
fake out.
Good read right there.
Yeah,
exactly.
Snail cruises for free at
we
this
got
point.
2 speed drones looking to form, 3 speed drones looking to form for Blue.
Yeah, I think
Desperate
a little
for a
bit.
gate.
Yeah, missed timing there, trying to get
One
that.
speed drone down.
Yeah, Blue Queen looking for the closeout.
Pretty much in hero mode. So
yeah, what I want out of the Gold team is just patience.
Yeah,
there it is.
That was it. You forced the Queen down. What are you gonna do?
Patience.
Good game though.
What I didn't want to see is them blow themselves up on the Queen.
Looks like I'm about to have to head over to the other cabinet to play around, so
Okay.
I may be passing off on you guys here and enjoy the rest of the series. This looks like it'll be a good one.
Yep. All right. Let's get you number 2. You got it? Yeah, that was much better performance out of Refried Bees and more what you expect out of them. So taking their time, establishing that military presence, just having their Warriors be nice and efficient, controlling space when they need to. And the snail seemed a little back and forth a little bit, but once you get that decisive advantage, that's when it just starts rolling. So both Queens trying to fake the other one out. Blue wins the middle. Yeah. Oh, there's a bit of crossing action though. So the teams are opting for Warriors on opposite ends of the map. Pollen Count has the snail at first. I wonder if Refried is gonna do berries, or they're gonna try to force the snail issue. All right, so it looks like Refried's trying to take control of the snail as best they can. Right now, it's a question of gates, tagging gates. Both Queens need to traverse the map, get as much going as they can. All right, Blue's down to 1 Warrior. Gold has all 3, so they're looking. If the wipe happens here, this could be huge. Good queen pressure. Good escape, though. That good job, Eric, getting out. Yeah, so Gold's lost 2 warriors in that attempt. Meanwhile, Blue's been clawing back. They're getting their warriors up when they need to. Gold cycling their warriors up. Blue on the military advantage for now. Snail still neutral. It's a game of warriors. It's a game of joust. Good strike there by Nathan. Catches Eric not fully stuck to the ceiling. But that's only the first egg of the game. And again, the snail still remains neutral. Ooh, the overchase. Yeah, good punish there by Liam. Whoa, the Warriors getting traded at the top of the map here. Gold down to 1. Some attempted strikes here. Okay, now we see Blue opting for the berries, gets 2 tops in, and Gold's wiped. Looking for a form, probably out of right, and looking left. But you see those Speed Warriors hovering. Good job getting the warrior up. Still, all right. So now both teams recognize the berries now. I think this is one of those situations where Tim would tell you that egg is worth it to get the warrior up. But yeah, got to get another one up if you can. Gold 1 warrior now. Yeah, Blue's got all tops in. You should be. Yeah, you should be in. You don't. It's acting a little funky. Let's try again. Yeah, you want to try? Oh wait, that's number 3. This is number 2. Yeah, there we go. Try this one. All right, so the Blue's looking really good on the berries right now. The
They're
gold
looking
snail
extremely strong.
Yeah, the gold snail isn't nearly far enough to be creating that pressure. Good pickup though. If I'm the blue queen though,
wow.
Okay, you're wiped. Just tag the gates. Don't panic. Tag the gates. If you have to, bleed the snail. What a bump!
Blue only has that 1 top left, and that has got to be
No, that's not a
Gold's.
top berry. That's a bottom berry.
You're right. You are right.
It's at this point, it's just get your team up. Okay, now snail's a thing. Both queens are on last here. Blue does need to address the snail at this point. It's not something they can just ignore.
They
That
have
being
plenty
said,
of drones for it, but no gates outside of that left gate. And that left gate means that they've got to find a berry and bring it all the way up to the top.
Refried looking for the closeout here. I think they might. Yeah, there we go. There's the push.
Oh,
Good
and
Jay.
That's the end of it.
Yeah,
Whenever
that's
you're
Nathan.
that far behind, you really should focus on that bottom gate. It's the most accessible. It's the quickest to get back up.
I think Blue's downfall, like Pollen Count's downfall on this map, because their berries were great, but they got wiped and they couldn't get enough back up in time
at that crucial moment when the snail was not really a problem.
It wasn't. It really wasn't.
As soon as you don't have any warriors to contest
it is a problem.
It's a massive problem that the queen simply can't address, especially when you're on your last life.
Yeah, and then you got players like Nathan who are just absolute threats on the board. Once he's up, he's going after you. And 2 queen kills, 8 military kills total. So it's like the first minute of the game was just kind of this back and forth, and then both teams started pouring in berries. And at first I was like, hey, the Refried's pushing the snail, but it's not doing too much. All these top berries are in. Then Blue's military, Pollen Count's military, kind of falls apart a little bit, and that creates that space. And you can see on the wind delta, it's blue and then it's gold.
Yeah,
and it's just that snail running away.
Over in that such a short period of time, such a massive swing in momentum and map control. It's really difficult to recover. Yeah, that was huge by the gold queen taking control of that left gate.
Yeah, and I think Tim is very well practiced on Twilight when it comes to pathing. I think what I like to call the amazing gate race is I think Tim is winning the gate race right now just by virtue of map control. And then the berries are a little slow on the start because both teams here have very established ledges. So it's going to be whoever's ledge breaks first. That's going to be what you're looking for.
Gold has 2 ledges on blue side, whereas blue has 1 ledge, now 2.
Here comes the back door.
With queen help.
I think the 1 runner with speed is a viable option, especially if one of your warriors goes down. You cycle up that speed drone. We might even be, if Stripes had speed, we'd be looking at an Exodia. Okay, Gold Check's getting speed again. The berries are still, it's 3-2. A failed backdoor goes.
We haven't seen any berries run except for that most recent one by blue and the kicking by orange.
Yeah.
It's been a slow berry map.
Yeah, Tim gets
with
bumped
another
a little
kick in.
bit. Yeah, so see, this is where it's like starting to happen. Like the berries are starting to leak in favor of refried bees. And Tim's going to look for that escort. He has N-Egg, lost one already, just has to be careful. And there's the good cleanup. That's what you want, is like that ledge counterplay. So it's 7 berries out for blue, 5 out for gold. And you're really looking just to kind of create that space. Some loose berries.
Blue is really suffering from missing some of
Whoa.
these, and that is huge.
Yeah, that's
the
huge.
backdoor's not good if you die. It is twice as inconvenient and twice as costly.
Yeah, so now the berries that are left for blue are like easy to work with. Running the snail, I don't think is going to draw that much pressure, as much pressure as they want it to.
Especially if a speed warrior is there up on the top half of the map to address it.
Yeah, so blue team has to be here.
And that helps.
It's attempted. It was a good attempt.
They're not there yet.
Refried Bees has
really
the time.
helps.
They have the time, right? All they need is to force one crucial mistake. But also, that snail is starting to become relevant.
Blue is doing a fantastic job holding off this last berry. They've almost fully wiped their team.
I kind of like
independently.
I think if Gold Checks runs the snail back a little bit, they could try for the backdoor play. I think I see it. They missed the jump, but
almost.
Yeah, I'm calling it here.
Their hive is open.
Their
hive is open.
There's
with
a clear.
The
There's a clear.
Kicking. They're 5 out now.
Missed the jump. And you can hear he's like, run the berry, man. Just fall through. Just fall through.
This is painful for blue. Blue is completely wiped
and they forced the error.
Dies.
That berry took a lot longer than it really should have, and you can hear it on the cap because there's a couple missed jumps there. But it does eventually. It goes down to Queen.
Gold was there to put it in if the Queen
berry,
wasn't
man.
That was
I had to do that
tough
to him.
map. Look at that win percentage graph. That really says it all towards the end.
Yeah, props to Hayden. Props to Hayden over here. Playing the counter ledge was the difference maker.
Wow.
The fact that you can control not only their hive but your hive. That's what made the difference, because it forces the other team to have to constantly be like, all right, we got to send a new warrior to the hive, new warrior to the hive. Whereas the ledge for Refried was just kind of stable. They were just kind of there the whole game. Sure, they'd leak a couple berries every now and then, but dying is the bigger threat. Oh, I'm up. Let's go. I'm on gold.
Let's see how this goes. We'll judge the eligibles extra harshly, especially to make up for the commentary. Going into it, we see the berries per game and snail per minute for blue is significantly stronger than orange with a longer game length. So we're going to look at the warrior control and uptime to see how they are cementing control for a longer map dominance. Despite a overall negative military KD. Very interesting. What I'd love to see is a much more slower paced game, with the high point being at the early start on that middle gate. I feel as though that first warrior up really can change how the game is going to go. Especially if they start with an objective runner on snail. It makes it very difficult for the one warrior to be forced, the one warrior or the queen, to be forced to deal with snail early before a early 25% of the snail's movement is already locked in. Outside of that, we've got a strong focus. We've seen the last few games actually end up being decided by the queen dying, forcing the objective down. And it makes you wonder how much that could be avoided if the queen were to play a little bit safer towards the end there. But towards the end of the game, it's all about preventing and forcing. And we haven't seen any big upsets toward the end with the queen being risky. So it remains to be seen. We're looking for the Death from Above team, although I'm not even sure if they're here, to be honest with you.
Hey, Chris. Chris. Chris, is the Death from Above team here? Yes. Ah.
All right, slight pause in the action. I'm going to go ahead and look over to our other cab where the B equals MC squared versus Hive Mind is starting off 0-0 with a strong position for blue. Lots of warriors up as opposed to just the one for gold here. In a strong snail position. So Death from Above versus the Illegibles from round 2 for this preseason here. We're going to see if both teams are going to continue to go for the snail, which is very possible. And in fact, probably expected at this point. It seems to be the dominant starting position unless they've got a fill-in, in which case they might split. I previously just played on the Illegibles as a fill-in. And after a game 1 where we went snail, we rotated to berries. It's my stronger position, so I didn't contest that. I've got some insider knowledge then of how this is going to play out. So gold is showing 3 open in the middle, and they go for the early middle gate, which means, well, they did start out with an extra warrior, which was immediately killed in the buzzsaw that is the queen at the middle bump. And now blue has a warrior extra, which converts over on a middle contested snail. And now blue is up 2 going in there. Well, they're up a whole warrior. Almost everybody's vanilla. We don't see any speed warriors at this point, outside from the, what is that, gold checks? We've got gold in a very, very strong snail position. Very nearly 80% of the way there. And we've got a speed coming up. He's probably going to come up left. There he is. We'll probably wrap and cover. Yep. All right. Let's see. The queen gets a big pickup on that speed warrior there. And gold now has some footing. They need to push that snail to get it back into a more healthy position. And as long as their objective is able to pop off, well, queen certainly can't be down there doing that. Gold queen should really be tapping these gates. There's a lot of gates that are under her color, and when you have that military advantage, you want to be pressing it. Blue now has 3 warriors up and is on snail, pushing it back. There are queens on the left side of the map, and gold's queens on the right side, taking back middle, trying to reform. Got at least one, and the second one coming up on the right gate. doesn't get the warrior up, but does trade. So it's not a fully losing position yet. Snail is back in the tunnel for blue. It's progress, and gold's on their last life. But blue has all of the gates, and gold only has one warrior up. It's a speed warrior, and they have plenty of time with the snail still in tunnel. Gold seems to be rotating and filling in some berries. We'll see if that's meaningful. And blue has 3 warriors. It's 3-on-3. Both teams are full military. Well, not anymore for gold. They just lost 2 warriors. And now it is very much in blue's favor. The snail's out of the tunnel on the left side of the map, moving with momentum. They doesn't even have a guard, except for the speed warrior that managed to rotate all the way around to kill a drone looking to feed. And if this speed warrior goes down for gold, which he doesn't, massive, massive pickup there. Gold still has a chance. All right, blue's got 1 warrior up, back from that right gate, and gold's got the berry moving back towards middle. Good trade-off there, avoids the feed, and you got the blue speed warrior wrapping. And kind of stuck on that right side of the map. We've got gold back on the snail, starting to push it, but it's in the danger zone where somebody like this blue speed warrior can just drop down and pick him off. And it's going to be very much a trade around this left gate, especially since both teams are fully formed. As I say that, though, blue gets a crucial pick. Both queens on last. Any mistake could be the end of the game. They both have to play safe. And blue is dipping, the blue queen is dipping rather low and is putting themselves in substantial danger as the gold team moves across the map with a snail and passes the halfway point. They've got some momentum going as blue only has 1 speed warrior up and is trying to form on that left gate. Gold is not relinquishing the snail and has continued pushing it outside of the gate. Past the right 3/4 mark, it is now a problem. And the blue queen feels compelled to contest it. Blue's back on the snail. And you got a vanilla warrior there trying to bully his way through any drones trying to get on that snail. Let's see how blue deals with them, and they deal with them pretty quickly. Not really any problem, to be honest. Gold is completely wiped. They're looking for speed now, as blue is pushing the snail back across the side. Both sides, no queen lives. Blue has 2 gates to gold's 1. And we're looking at form ups for gold. Gold doesn't have any warriors up, while blue has 1 speed. Gold managed to get 1 vanilla up on left gate, and it's immediately killed. Not what you want to see from gold. We're seeing almost no win progression from either side here, as the snail is still stuck in the tunnel here. And we got both the speed warriors bumping in the tunnel. Blue manages to escape, looking for a pinch. Blue has 2 speed warriors up. That's scary for gold as long as one doesn't get picked. Well, now I say that. All right. This drone here doesn't have much to work with for blue. And gold still doesn't have any clear objective outside of the snail, which seems to just not be a winning strategy for them. They've managed to get the snail outside a tunnel only briefly to get it pushed all the way back right to where it is now. And gold has 2 berries in, which is a slight advantage, but it's enough if blue decides to change objectives after this berry respawn. Blue has 3 warriors up though, as opposed to gold's 2, which will be extremely impactful in this next 70 seconds. Drones are free, you respawn, but as soon as a warrior dies, you gotta wait for the remainder of the time. Unless you can sneak that 1 berry on the ground all the way up to become a vanilla. It is a frozen game state, and gold makes this big pickup by killing one of those warriors. They have a warrior advantage for the next 40 seconds. And they might start pushing the snail here. The drone comes off of the snail to become up as a warrior to give them a solid warrior advantage. And with 25 seconds left, can gold cement this advantage? "10 seconds until berries respawn. And gold is very nearly there. And gold picks up the win by killing the queen. Let's watch this back. Wow, just pops off of the top of the ceiling there for just a quarter of a second. And that ends the game. What a great game. Very back and forth. Look at all this spiky stuff going on in this win percentage graph. Very even game going back and forth. And standout, 12-2. Pretty fantastic. Let's look at warrior uptime, and we've got 4 out of 5 of blue team being above or at 50%, as opposed to 3 out of 5 of gold, which is interesting, as it seems gold may have popped off a bit for their objective just to secure an objective placement, perhaps during the famine. It may have been the difference in the game. Let's see how they open up in this next one. Both showing a contest on the middle gate early, and gold takes the advantage on that upper top, but blue has the first warrior. Blue snail dies quickly, and gold starts pushing it back towards the halfway point with even warriors apiece. Lots of action going on here, and the blue queen dies, putting blue at a disadvantage for this next remainder of a game. Gold has a strong, strong military advantage and really can control the map however they want, and it's up to the blue queen to reform and tag these gates. It looks like the queen's trying to get everybody up on that middle gate, which is good to trickle down for the snail objective control. But it doesn't seem to be enough if the gold queen is able to immediately contest it. Gold Queen there in perfect time to get her warrior up on that left gate. That's good communication. And that snail is still moving. It was a speed snail and dies. Wow. Gold picks up a second win from Military. Let's watch this again. How did this happen? Oh. Yeah, it happened. Not much to learn from that. A very dominant display by Gold. All right, going into game 3. What are we hoping to see? Well, let's look at it. Gold is absolutely dominating Military. Absolutely dominating, particularly in terms of objective. They're killing drones left and right. Compared to Blue, nothing close to it. So, taking from that, is there a lack of Military? Let's look at uptime. Blue, all except for one, are under 50% for their warrior uptime. That is tough. It is tough to do anything when you're under 50%. Half the time you're able to do your job. That's not great. All right. We have a much more even opening, but Gold takes it. They take it with the easy cleanup on 2 drones uncontested by the Blue Queen. And now Gold is very well positioned to be pushing Snail with the extra warrior. Blue does have 2 warriors up, but there goes 1 and a queen life. Now Blue is on their last queen life. And Gold is very well positioned on Snail, if not able to contest it immediately. Blue's got to do some catch up, getting at least 1 more warrior up or a little bit more flow to their berries. Gold seems to have very, very strong control over the Snail, and it's going to be really tough to unlock this position for Blue so that they can come back up. We got Abs looking for a... No, he's gone. Wow. All right, another Military victory for Gold. Just doggedly pursuing that Blue Queen, and it works out for him. All right. Absolutely dominant performance from the Illegibles. It was really a trickle until they lost in terms of game state and map control. What I want to see from this opening is a little bit stronger positional control. Get some space on the map and hold it. They're losing probably 20% of the Snail in the first 30 seconds of every map, and it's really hard to come back from that, especially if you don't have any military control. Or if you're only on military parity. You're just starting from behind. Okay, so Blue decides to go all berries on the opening as soon as they're lightly contested on that left gate. And Gold gets an extra warrior up on that left gate with the tap. Blue follows. Now Blue is down, what is that, 1 warrior? And Gold makes up for it. But Blue is up big on berries. Gold ties it up. And we'll see We've got queens on opposite sides of the map. And gold has that middle gate for warriors. And blue is starting to push snail, but I can't imagine that's very valuable given a berry perched on the gate for military control just above it. Blue's only 5 berries out, but gold's on their last berry, and there it is. A dominant shutout performance from the Illegibles, putting Death from Above behind 0-4. Stabby McBee and Dare Bear combined from the objective point of view for the entirety of the win condition needed to put this game away. And frankly, looking at it from Death from Above point of view, there wasn't really any objective to speak of for win condition. And you see that in the win percentage graph just slowly going down. I'm not entirely sure. It looks like this might be the end of our scheduled tournament. looking at the wannabes versus pollen count. I'm Phil, and when Frank decides to grab the headset, that'll be him. Going up pretty aggressively by 2 by the wannabes. Absolutely controlling Snail and keeping secure that win percentage throughout the last of the game. That's really what you'd expect to see from a Snail-heavy team, is a rather consistent win percentage graph. Once they get on there, they're holding it. They're holding it until they get to the very end, and that's where you see the big fluctuations. All right, so Gold takes control over that middle gate early and immediately fumbles a death to the queen at mid and loses that advantage. Now we see Blue up very ahead with 3 warriors, immediately cut down to 2 after a attempted squeeze of the Gold Queen. And Gold has managed to get one of their warriors up on that left gate, not able to get a second one. And Blue has started to push back the Snail towards their objective past the halfway point. Not quite into an impactful position. Very much an equal game state, outside of Blue having 2 speed warriors to Gold's 2 vanilla. Gold's going to try to keep coming up with vanilla warriors, not even attempting a speed warrior. Trying to edge back that Snail and don't secure it, immediately getting pushed back left, and everybody collapses in on that one warrior there to contest it. And we see that drone going for speed, starting to press the advantage, and a massive blunder jumps off of the Snail and gets eaten by the just regular drone who just happened to be there. All right, Gold's back on the Snail and appears to be pushing a couple berries in. 4 out of the 5 tops, which might be impactful, but with 1 less queen life, maybe not enough. We'll see. Gold has their 1 speed and 1 vanilla. Vanilla gets picked off and is immediately replaced by another vanilla coming back up from middle. Gold has control over middle, and Blue only has the 1 speed warrior up top with another vanilla coming up, now trying to contest Snail. He's supported by the speed warrior, but the vanilla warrior dies in that trade. Now Blue has 2 speed warriors and tries to take back Snail control, and seem to be pushing it so far so good, until a feed gets their runner or their Snail rider killed rather quickly. And Blue wraps up that game with another military victory, with the Wannabe's Queen not dying in the entirety of the game. Absolutely dominant performance in this. The berry's a total non-factor, particularly if you look at this win percentage graph. You'll notice that the berries run make a massive difference in the win chance analysis, but are not followed up on at all. Instead, we see the Blue Snail get back on top of it and slowly drag that win percentage back up until we see a big contest. All right, going into game 4 on night. The Wannabes versus Paul and Count. We're seeing Gold with a very aggressive opening, securing that bottom middle gate. And now have an extra warrior up. And now Gold is full military. And up a berry. This is very big. They have all of the gates. Mid just recently recapped. Now Blue is looking for a new gate to get up warriors. And outside of their one vanilla ledge, it's a problem. Now that said, that entire time, Blue put in berries and are now 3 ahead, now 4 of Gold. Both queens have 2 lives left, and Blue is out 5 berries, and Gold has really yet to show any form of objective advancement at all, especially in the last 30 seconds. There is yet to be a berry run or snail push. Meanwhile, Blue's on their last 4 berries. Blue's only got 1 warrior, and they're trying to reform. And 3 berries out. How is Gold going to turn this game around? They are committing hard to ledge. They've got 2 on there now. And they have 3 warriors up. Another berry runner slips on by. Blue is now only 2 berries out. Gold is 5 berries out. Blue has 1 ledge to guard it. It's a vanilla ledge, but they have a vanilla warrior there to guard it, and he dies. All right. Blue out, 2 berries. Wow, what is... Okay, not quite. It seems no team has gone on the snail other than accidentally. And Gold manages to win off an impressive squeeze of the queen. That was significant. I'd love to watch that back just one more time. And if you look at this win percentage graph, it's not close, to be honest with you. And that last death really comes back to the opening where the queen died. And now we have the illegibles versus from dusk map till dawn. I would assume the illegibles are favored in this matchup. I am not that familiar with the placements and play style of either team outside of playing the players in mixed order individually. All right, so Frank is joining me on the mic now. Frank, talk. Okay, talk again.
You can hear me?
I can hear you now.
All right.
All right, so we're going up against
From
the
dawn till
illegibles
dusk.
from dusk map till dawn. I imagine this is going to be a matchup of the queens. And again, I'm very interested in how this middle gate is going to play out, especially at the very start, particularly with both teams having such drastically different match times.
So when you say different match types, what are you saying here?
So when I'm looking at the match stats that is currently displaying berries per game, shows blue having the advantage, snail per minute, eligibles have the advantage. If we look at average game length that's displayed now, the blue team is up ahead by a whole minute, meaning their games are lasting significantly longer.
Gotcha.
So do I view that as gold has been just so dominant? Now 3 and 6, maybe not.
Well, it looks like Gold's military is definitely lacking comparatively to Eligibles. They definitely have about half the amount of kills that the Eligibles have. Their KD is not the same.
But if we look at the snail per minute, that's really game control, and they're a third of what blue is at.
That's true. That's true, Phil. You know, I'd be interested to see how this matchup is going to go. I see what you're saying now with, you know, the two different game types. It seems like blue definitely does focus more on the KD ratio, trying to get those kills, get that queen out of there as fast as possible.
I would expect blue to sit down on top of the snail and control the game all the way until it's over. And what we're expecting from gold, considering they've got more berries, is maybe a berry rush at the start and try to pull away some of those warriors to deal with the berry as the queen sets up the advantage on snail so that they can get some momentum on it to try to ice blue out.
Yeah. Will be interesting to see how they start this match.
What I've been looking at in the past few games is that middle gate. It is very often where the action happens early and extremely consequentially, if that's a word, for the queens when they bump to secure the one warrior coming up, because that warrior is typically the warrior that is guarding the snail, that helps their early snail push before another warrior is able to come up at all.
All right, it looks like we're starting here. Looks like they got some nice action at mid-gate. Blue does have control.
Blue does have snail, and it's pushing, and they've got one warrior up. As opposed to
mid-gate and both
gold,
speeds.
that's got 3 warriors up. Has the early queen pick.
It looks like orange has gotten back on the snail. They're taking it right back to mid-center here. Blue's going to try and contest here. They've got a warrior.
Gold is the only warrior that's low at the moment, so they've got snail moving, but now blue is trying to respond by sending all of their killing potential down low. It's all
blue's
centered
got to be
in this
careful
middle.
here. They're down one queen on this.
They are, and they are kind of at a disadvantage just in terms of.
I mean, gold has completely turned it around.
Snail
They
has
have
left the tunnel. It is really up to blue to stop snail from moving, and they haven't pushed any berries. So in terms of objectives that blue can use to win, it's killing the other queen, which they haven't done yet.
Blue really
or
needs to turn
taking
this
control
around
of
here.
this
Snail is all the way on gold's side. We're not in a good position for blue here. Are they going to be able to fix this? You think they are?
It really depends on them getting up a warrior. They are fully formed, so if they can get a good push here, the queens are locked in a bounce there on the right side of the map, and for gold to get back up, it'll take the queens breaking that to secure a gate for them to come up.
It looks like gold's going to get a little farther positioning here. The queen's going to come over to try and respond.
Gold
They're fighting
really
over the snail right now.
Gold really needs a warrior to contest that. It shouldn't be the snail. The warrior can just sit there, and the only way for him to get bounced out of that position is if a warrior comes from the other side of the map.
Blue is not in a good position here. It looks like they lost that one egg that they had.
But that's the turnaround that they really needed right there.
They were able to get some distance there, and it looks like gold is going to take advantage of that queen victory.
Yep, they played it a little bit too fast. They had the advantage on the Warriors and immediately pressed both of the Warriors, and both times they died.
I mean, Gold really just opened up with total domination. They were able to control some of those points there. Blue kind of fell behind on that, and they really got ahead on that snail there. That snail really was their downfall at the end of the day.
And that's really what we expected. Once they had the snail formed and they had control over the map, they really didn't relinquish it, and Blue was on the back foot the entire time.
Yeah.
And if you
Was
look
that game
at,
4?
That was game 1.
Game 1, okay, all right. It looks like our
So-
scoreboard's a little misleading here.
No, it's not. Yeah, so they killed the queen 3 times
Oh,
as opposed to Blue's 1 queen
looks like
kill.
my eyes were more misleading.
If we look there at the bottom of the screen, it shows
Yes.
the set.
Apologies, chat. I am still new to this commentating gig.
So that's day. Now we go into Dusk. What can you tell us about
That's
Dusk?
Orange's
Cole?
map. Orange is really, they're super dominant on this map. It's going to be an interesting setup here.
Yeah, they're not known for day, it seems, by their own team name.
Looks like Blue's got that mid control right now. Orange is going to try and ride the snail a little bit. That's an interesting strategy on this map.
Well, pushing it early, especially getting it outside of this early queen bump where the queens are locked in.
Yeah.
You don't want to flinch and go either way. Now that's a big turn. Blue's down a warrior, and they've got one coming up, but Orange already has their objective snail on the right side of the map.
They do have that snail. It looks like Blue's playing it safe over on that snail. They have at least 2 to 3 warriors at least guarding it at all times.
And Blue's kicking berries in like crazy. They already have a 3-berry lead, so if they can get that snail back into neutral, it's a very solidly felt win state, particularly as they're up at queen life.
Yep.
That was a clean J drive from the
It looks like Blue got solid control of that snail there. They were able to take him over.
You're right. Blue has very, very strong control of the map right now. They should be able to walk this all the way back up until 3/4 with the queen pickup. It is now very dominant for Blue.
Orange is desperately trying to stop this snail. They've fed 2 people the last couple of minutes.
They don't need to be like this. Their gold queen is on their last life. She really should be focusing on getting some help, getting some warriors up.
The second
She's
half
got
of this
one
match,
coming up
Blue
middle.
has really just taken this away. It looks like they're going to be able to, end this real quick here.
It's right there at the end, but this is the hardest time because it's the easiest for a drone to get back on top to feed.
Yeah. It looks like Orange is trying to put up a fight here. They're not able to get any motion going.
Now, I am looking at Abs, the vanilla warrior for Blue. He is in a crucial position, and the fact that he doesn't have speed isn't making him any less dangerous. He's taking space, and he's holding it. And everybody that comes into that space is under his direct threat, and has been every time. Now, even the queen is, when they're just above him, still afraid to threaten him, really.
Wow.
And that's a full wipe
Gold
from
got
Blue.
a solid defense there.
Gold doesn't have any warriors up.
Oh, it looks like
But-
this is going to be an
and
easy game for Blue. They're
is
going to lock it
tapping
away.
it in. Now we're 1-1. What an
1-1.
even game.
And for this being Orange's map, that was a really interesting play from Blue. They were able to get that snail. Orange had that early offset where they were able to get a little bit of distance, but they really just fell apart there. After Blue got control of that snail, they were just able to walk it all the way back, and they just ended it on them.
Notably, you'll notice that Gold has... All right. Frank has been called into action. All right. So, going into Game 3 for the eligibles from dusk map till dawn. We're looking at a total reversal of expectations. And again, I'm going to direct your attention straight towards that middle gate. We got blue aggressively picking it up. Gold doesn't contest it, tries to grab that left safe gate, which is just covered on the rotation from blue. So it's a total waste of Gold's time. And now Gold's up 4 berries, which is very big from those objective runners. But blue has 3 warriors up, and all of which are in kind of better positions. Though that said, you've got a little bit better coordination from blue, so long as they can pick up that snail control, which they do, and they're starting to have it moving. And with only 1 warrior up from Gold, it's going to take the queen to contest the snail, but the queen's now stuck in a bounce, so it's their last remaining warrior, or speed warrior. All right. Gold is back on the snail, pushing it towards neutral. Doing a good job there. They still haven't had a berry run since the opening. Blue Queen is in a lot of trouble and gets caught off a really good squeeze there. That's a really dangerous position to be in, especially as the queen. Gold has an absolutely dominant position right now. Blue completely unable to get up outside of that 1 vanilla middle gate, but even they're not in a good position. Gold's really got to focus on getting up, or blue really's got to focus on getting up somebody else, and the queen is not the trade that you're looking for. You've now got 2 vanilla warriors right up in the top middle, and now 1, now 0. This game is as much over as you can get. It's gonna take killing the queen 3 times, or about, 7 berries for blue to win it. And blue has to make up an incredible amount of ground. And frankly, it's got to start with the queen. Yeah, blue is now 4 berries out. They've evened up the berries. That is extremely helpful. Gold's now 2 berries out. All of a sudden, the berries are flooding in for Gold, and they're on their last berry. Now, all the Gold has to do is not die, and they are doing about the most dangerous stuff as you could possibly do. They are making it tight quickly as the queen goes down, but Gold's on their last berry. Blue has to run 4 more, and that bottom berry for Gold is totally reachable from that bottom platform. It's all about preventing movement. So Gold's coming up. They're planning on grabbing a berry maybe from that middle top platform. Blue scores 1 more berry, still has 2 tops, which is extremely difficult in this circumstance. And wow. All right, a bump secures the win for Gold. Actually, I don't think there's a bump. I think that was just a tap in. All right, game 4. This might be the tightest map I've seen thus far. We have a good mix of berry running and snail. And Queens have both been active, and the Warriors are extremely impactful. This is the kind of killer queen you like to see. Now, the win graph will show you it was quite a dominant performance by Gold with a few crucial moments, but neither were capitalized by Blue. So for this last map, Blue comes up on a neutral Warrior Gate middle, and the Gold Queen dies, which not great. That's not really the trade you're hoping for. Vanilla Warrior, even a Speed Warrior, isn't half the value of a Queen life. Both teams 4 in each. And we have middle control coming in from Gold, countered by a Blue Queen kill on another Queen. Now Blue has 2 Warriors up and berry advantage. It's very much in Blue's favor. You got a Speed Warrior ledge that's bored and venturing out and killing them before they even get there. This is pretty locked up. Blue's 2 berries out. These are some of the tough ones though. And Gold has 2 ledges, but it's not gonna matter if the Queen dies before you can get there. And we go into Game 5 hype for the Illegibles versus From Dusk Map Till Dawn. We have seen extremely one-sided games, especially from this most recent one. And this most recent one has got to be the cleanest execution of a game plan that we've seen yet. So how is Gold going to counter this? We don't have a single Warrior over 50% uptime on Gold. You got to expect that's got to be a priority. Nobody so much as touched the snail. Maybe we can draw some attention to get them. Let's see what they plan on doing. Let's look at this mid-gate. So Gold goes above. Blue taps the Gold gate and gets the snail. Gold comes up middle. All right, it's been a lot of trading in middle. No clear advantage outside of just Gold being in the right place at the right time for snail. It's been completely uncontested. And you're looking at whether or not it's the Queen that's going to be the one to kick them off. And you don't want that to be your solution. Gold's just extremely strong here. Blue Queen tagging gates, trying to get some help. But, I mean, it's hard to do so without being in a dangerous position. They found a safe-ish spot so long as, well, I say that. You gotta hold it. You gotta get Snail back. There's no point in rushing off before you got Snail in a safe spot. Just like there's no point in coming off that ledge before so. But now we got Gold running this Snail back. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't see Blue coming back. That was a big trade, but Gold has absolute priority and advantage. And just are destroying Blue. Gold's holding space. They're not worried. They're not in any danger. They've got the one Vanilla Warrior that wants to come in. He's not going to be able to come in without any risk. He's got at least 5 seconds to start pushing Snail, and Gold needs to have at least another warrior up. Now they need 2. Now this is a problem. Now Blue only has 1 gate open to get some reinforcements. It's starting to become a struggle for Gold. They've got both of their warriors extremely low and their queen unable to participate and locking in for this bump in the middle. Gold is starting to push it in and catches the queen off guard, trying to clear it, and takes the win. Fantastic game by both teams. Very tight. Clear strategy imparted by both teams. Standouts from both teams are the queens, for sure. All right, refried beans versus the wannabes. The wannabes have had an extremely good night tonight, and the refried bees are feeling pretty good themselves. Let's see how their openings are going to affect this game going forward. I would expect the refried bees to play a little bit more passive. You want to protect that safe gate from the queen invade early. We'll probably see that. Not super sure how they're going to play objective, though. That remains to be seen. Blue tends to play a closer game, according to the stats. They're more willing to trade, whereas Gold is playing a little bit more safer. Gold's protecting their snail a little bit more. A quicker game length, especially at that amount of time, is not that significant. It really defaults back down to when is it contested, because a drone feed is like 5 seconds lost. So, very much looking the berries per game, neither of which are an indicator of focus, very much snail. I would expect the wannabes to be a little bit more dominant, but I would hope that the refried bees respond with a very strong mid priority, trying to secure that middle gate to trickle down for the early priority on warrior advantage and on snail. Let's see how this goes. I keep thinking they're about to start. They both look like they're about to start, but alas, here we are. Not started. Perhaps it's the gold team. Oh, there we go. All right, so where are the queens lining up? Both tap their gates, both sitting very high, and both go for the mid tap. Gold seems to have forgotten their berry. They were just, oh, that was the objective. He was just there to bump. So they're there to prevent that middle gate getting opened. Both teams start out with 2 warriors after an early trade. And Blue has a slight favor on Snail, but it's working its way back. Well, until it's met. I'm noticing the Gold Warriors are following each other a lot. I say that, and I'm looking at it, and it looks almost like Blue is missing a whole person. They've got one warrior on the, well, they've got 2 in the tunnel now. Well, they've got 0 in the tunnel now. They are completely wiped now. And they've got 1 warrior on their own ledge, or it's on enemy ledge. Still nobody's run a berry. So they got a speed warrior holding middle. I think they're chasing Queen. And they're dead. And now Blue's pushing their snail bag. But yeah, that didn't last long. Let's look. Well, okay, that was an unfortunate trade for gold. Well, okay, that wasn't what I was talking about. All right, Blue takes advantage of, well, it's gold retap middle. If Blue just stuck with it and held it, they'd be a lot better off. Blue's got both bottom gates, but Gold's already 3 warriors up, and Blue's now getting pinched, but walks through the warrior there. Gold's very far with Snail, but they've only gotten that far being uncontested. We haven't really seen Blue escort or Gold escort their Snail that far. And Blue seems perfectly content with just sitting above it, which would be great if they had some berries going in, but that's not really happening. They don't have any win condition at the moment. They should really have an objective on the Snail. There he is. All right. And, okay, well, their warrior needed to come down to protect that. Okay, they got Snail moving now, though, with, well, now it's warrior parity. So, okay, that's not good. That's not good. Gold is very, well, Gold traded unnecessarily there. Okay, we've got Snail in the tunnel. Blue is trading off. It's on Gold's side, so Gold will be there with their drone quicker, all things being equal. So you'd expect it to get back into the middle quicker. That's like not really a surprise. You're doing good if the warrior is preventing that. But at the moment, now we're starting to go into the point of the game where all the berries are on the bottom most side of the map. So every time a warrior dies, it's like a 15-second inconvenience at the minimum. And Frank's back with us.
Yeah. It's good playing with you guys.
Good to see you.
Good to see you. Okay.
It was my first night in league tonight. It looks like still a free agent. Still a free agent tonight.
Still a free agent.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was my first night in league. It was a good night. We got our behinds whipped.
Still learning.
What are we, is this PG? We maintaining PG content on this?
I feel like if you can avoid anything else, you're doing good.
All right, all right.
Like, you don't need that crutch, right?
We don't need it. We don't need it. And it looks like we've got the refried beans versus the wannabes.
Yep.
How was game one? How did it looks like Blue was able to pull it away?
Well, game one was tight. It was tight, but it was, as I would put it, predominantly about mistakes, about inefficiencies, about things not taking advantage of. And it slowly defaulted towards what was the expected
Well, it
result.
looks like here that Orange is going to go ahead and get some snail advantage. They're trying to get it all the way home. They're pretty dedicated on that rider there. It looks like Blue's going to try and come back. They killed the snail. Can they get it back to the middle?
Blue only has one warrior up. It's their speed warrior. And as long as he stays safe, he'll be okay.
I don't know about that. It looks like Orange is really getting ahead of here. Blue is really neglecting the snail right now. I don't know how this is going to fare for them in the long run. They're
Blue
trying to
just
get it back.
doesn't have enough military to get there. But they're starting to push it back. They're starting to take space. The queen's right in the middle. She wins at neutral against all these warriors, so she can kind of bully them out of their ledges if she gets there. But Blue just still has a dominant numbers advantage and keeps trickling in from either side.
Yeah, it really does look like Blue is
extremely difficult to get anything going.
Orange is putting up a good fight here. They're able to get the snail a little bit farther back. They have eliminated all of Blue's military here.
Outside of the one vanilla, and they've already got a second vanilla as well. And a third just came up on that right gate, immediately killed.
Blue's putting up a really good defense here on the snail. Looks like Orange was also able to get a couple of berries in there.
Just 3, not enough to be significant. If they get another couple in there, it's starting to change the tides of the game. But
Orange has complete dominance on gates right now. Looks like Blue's going to try and get those warrior gates right back.
Until Blue suggests any kind of advantage whatsoever, be it by berries or snail or military,
that
they
snail's
are
gotten
completely
in a very
losing.
dangerous position again. Blue's going to try and defend here.
Blue's
but
happy to
Orange
feed.
is honestly
Happy to feed.
dominating here.
Blue's happy to feed. All they have to do is drop down to defend this.
Orange
to
snail
defend
player
the snail.
had some massive jukes there. It looks like they're going to go ahead and take it home tonight.
Yep.
Orange is going to make it 1-1, the wannabes versus
Orange
the
objective
refried bees.
doesn't die, and that helps a lot. You're saving.
Honestly, Orange snail player was massive in that game.
And
52 snail links.
No
Crazy.
surprise they're featured as an MVP of the game. And look
Chex he isn't even logged in. Chex does not want their recognition. He's going to stay anonymous tonight.
That's
Whoever
a flex.
Chex is flexing on us. They really are.
Oh, you can let Doug know. He's standing right there. Hey, Doug, you're not logged in.
He's trying to stay anonymous. He's trying to.
He doesn't want to be a part of this team.
No, he just really wants to show them what is up.
I don't think he'll love
Going
that.
into match 3, what are your predictions for this match?
Match 3, I think wannabes are going to try to maintain that military advantage with the snail. And you see that? They're on the
they're
snail
right back
early,
on it.
On it early, completely uncontested. Blue has just decided it's not important to them.
I don't know what Blue's strategy is here. Honestly, they're kind of a little hive guarding a little bit, but they're not even running berries on Orange, so.
They're trying to go double speed early, and it's just not working for them. They're behind the amount of time, and by the time they've
got speed sounds now. They're going to try and bring it back a little bit. Are they going to be able to do that? I don't know. The contest with Orange
it's just not significant.
It's not.
A normal drone can just swallow up that whole berry and the extra speediness, and it's totally a waste of time.
Well, it looks like we've got a big skirmish here over the snail right now. Orange is feeding it. Blue's going to get some lengths here.
Yep. Orange really, or gold really needs to get another warrior up. And that middle gate is not safe, no matter what color it's tagged. And
that is true. It looks like
you can see gold waiting over there on that right gate, hoping to get up. And it's just not there for him. So they come up on the left gate. They got a vanilla coming up on the left gate. And that should be in time to start dealing with this snail that's just now coming back to middle. Okay, there you go.
Looks like Orange has got snail control now. They're going to try and push it back. They have
playing
control
quite
over
high.
both gates on their side.
And Queen escapes quite a risky position there.
All queens have their lives right now. This has been so far a pretty defensive game for both sides.
Very positional. You see both teams more or less mirroring each other, although Gold takes a firm advantage, or Blue takes a firm advantage of map control.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if anybody's going to take advantage of, that military right now. Both sides are focusing on it. They're leaving berries wide open.
Well, neither team has even tried to run a berry, and I think that's because on this map, berries aren't free. In fact, half of them are wholly inaccessible from that bottom platform.
Yeah.
And as long as there's a strong military advantage, you have no guarantee of getting any berries in.
So far, it's 50-50. It looks like Blue's going to try and put one berry in there. They got that top one. Those are the hardest ones to get, so.
But it's way too late for berries.
I don't know about that. Blue's going hard now. They've got 2 top ones. Let's see if they're going to be able to take it off. Looks like Blue finally lost a queen life. Orange has the military advantage here.
All of the berries are on the bottom half of the map, aside from that middle pile.
Blue is on their last life now. It looks like Gold has taken complete advantage. They're even got the snail halfway through their side. I don't think Blue's going to be able to pull this back right now. It's only going to take 1 kill from the queen, and it's done.
Blue needs a gate. They've got right gate, but I don't think they'll get it there. Blue is now struggling to get any kind of warriors up, and I don't think they'll be able to.
Gold just has complete domination here on this side.
Yep, they have the objective right where they want them.
And it looks like
that's the game.
Honestly, the game started out well. Both sides started playing really well. They were very technical, very on top of it, and it just looks like Blue just kind of gave it away at the end there.
Gold managed to get a couple wipes, which gave them advantage, and Blue got Gold, got a really good rotation from the queen covering the gates so that Blue wasn't able to get their warriors back up.
9-0 Gold on the queen. That's some really good plays from
a flawless performance.
Yeah, from the wannabes. They're going to be a big contender here, it looks like. How's their performance throughout the night been so far, Phil?
That's a great question. I really liked how their snail, their objective runner, pushed the snail.
Well, here we go into is our final match of the night, unless they're able to tie it up. Not of the night, my bad. Of this series.
So it's interesting. They sent the queen to tag the middle gate without a drone to actually come up as warriors. So you read that as the queen covering for the other side.
It looks like Gold here is going to try and focus speed. Curious to see if they go ahead and get on that snail there.
Blue has all 3 warriors up. Gold doesn't have any. This is firmly in the hands
Gold's going to
of
take
Blue
advantage
to
of that.
it.
They're going to run a couple of berries here. They got those top 3 down. Those are the most important, as you know, Phil.
And they got a kick in as well. That also helps.
It looks like Gold is going to try and put up a defense here, ledge guarding on the Blue side.
It's not going to be enough. They really need somebody to pull something out of their current position. Snail hasn't been touched.
Blue's only up 1 berry as it is right now, but they've got the better positioning, I would say, on those berries. The ledge guard on Blue just took out 2 people. That was impressive.
Gold has 2 warriors up, opposed to Blue's 1.
It looks like Blue's taken away with those berries there. They definitely have the better side on the control.
Blue's
Orange
only
is
5
desperately
out,
trying to
now 4
ledge control.
To Gold 7. That is significant.
I think Blue's got the economy. They're going to wrap it up here. They only got 3 out. Orange cannot defend. Gold is not anywhere.
Well, it's going to take some extra effort
2
from.
out.
Yep, it's going to take some extra effort from this ledge.
And it looks like Blue's able to take that military victory. We're tied up here, Phil.
It's tied up. We're going to game 5.
Game 5.
Now, I honestly have no idea what to expect, either berries or snail.
What map are we going into? We're going into the OG map.
It's going to be up to Gold to pick the map that we go into next.
It looks like they're going OG map.
What is that, Day?
Yep. Whatever the
right.
name of it is.
Let's see if you're right. I think you're probably right. That's what it, well, that's the blue cap. All right. So looking at the stats, oh, never mind. Psych. All right, let's look at this mid-gate. Let's see how the queens react to it.
Blue
So
looks
we
like they're
got-
trying to contest mid here. They're going to be able to get some mid control. The queen is able to kill him.
That's a double drone wipe, which gives gold the solid numbers advantage. And we're seeing even Snail push slightly to the right. And let's see how they develop from here.
Gold so far has had a really aggressive front. They've been able to establish some dominance here with the Snail and mid-gate control. That queen has been super aggressive.
They haven't gotten anything out of the opening, though. They're
up
closer.
one egg. That is the thing, though.
That is significant. That is significant. Blue now
Blue's
has
kind of
4.
scrambling here. They don't know what they're going to do. They're
Blue
trying to
physically cannot push any objective.
No,
Well, now
they're getting
they've got one
absolutely
drone
destroyed
on
by
speed.
the gold queen.
Blue went for military early, which
They're
I
going to
think
try and
is
push the
actually
Snail
quite
back. They got
smart.
it back to mid here. They're going to contest the tunnel. It looks like they've got a couple of gold contenders. He's going to come all the way from the back. Is he going to be able to hit this guy off the Snail? No, it looks like gold comes in. They're going to be able to take it back.
That was a big wipe. They fully took the Snail objective in tunnel, and now they're going to get the Snail all the way until the outside of the right tunnel.
That was a great play by Gold right there.
Unless
It's going
you
to give
jump
them an
off of it.
opportunity to have a drone come back down. It looks like they're going to be able to contest this tunnel here. I think Snail is going to be the deciding factor here in this game.
Well, I think that's probably smart considering they haven't run any berries.
I appreciate the obvious call out there, Phil. You really
Oh.
made me look good as a commentator.
I'm super good at that.
Yep.
Now, I'm very curious as to why the gold runner would jump off before the warrior could kill the snail. Because that's how you lose this.
It looks like Blue's going to try and establish some control.
This is really where the objective comes into play with smart decision
Blue's got
making
complete
from
gate control right now. Can they turn this around?
They've
got 3 warriors up.
A total reversal of the game state where we saw it just 20 seconds ago. Blue
I don't know
now
about a
has-
total reversal, Phil. They're still up on the eggs. Their queen status is a little bit better, and it looks like they're down one more. Blue is on their last life. This
life
snail
is
is life or
significant.
death here. The tunnel is going to be the end factor for this game unless Gold is able to end this and get that queen kill swiftly. Blue Queen is not playing any games here. He's definitely trying to, avoid any kills. He wants to maintain control on his side. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, they're fighting desperately over this snail.
That speed warrior really has to keep track of that right quadrant, that right middle quadrant of the map, and really doesn't, getting killed by the queen there. And now Gold is in kind of a tough position.
Queen's in an interesting position on the blue side. He's trying to contend mid here. I don't know if this is going to end up working out in his favor. This is definitely a risky position with 3 warriors on Gold's side.
They were trying to prevent the third warrior coming up.
It looks like they're able to get 1 kill on Gold.
That's big.
That is huge here.
Now Blue is up 2 warriors and has very
snail control.
favorable-
Wow.
Very favorable.
Blue has definitely
position on the
turned this
snail.
around.
Now Blue has to stay above all enemies, else they risk being killed themselves and ending the game.
Gold's going to try and mount a defense here.
So
I don't know
every
how
time
useful
they
this
are
is going to be.
below an enemy, they are at risk of losing.
Well, Blue's only got 2 warriors right now. They're trying
Now,
to turn this
Blue
around on the right
is-
side. They're down to one warrior.
Blue has to get a gate.
Wiped
they
on
have
warriors.
to get warriors. They have to get warriors. They've got to protect them to get up.
Oh, and it looks like Gold takes advantage of it.
Able to do it.
Yep.
What a great game 5.
What a great game 5. Both teams played their heart outs on that.
Fantastic.
Casuals. Chris.
Philip.
Let's commentate some normal.
All right. Frank and Phil back on the mic here. I don't hear you.
All right. We're back talking about some now normal games.
Looks like the first game of the scrimmage here.
Yep. What
Blue's
are you
got some
looking for?
solid mid control.
Yep. Well, Gold just lost their mid control.
Looks like we've got a pretty even game so far.
Very much. Now Gold has the Warrior advantage.
Gold is going to be able to get that mid control. They're going to push the Snail a little bit farther. Blue isn't able to contest here. They've got free reign on that Snail.
Blue is completely losing. They have no objectives. They've got both gates tapped, but immediately get slammed out, costing a queen life.
They're going to try and put
now
up the
have
contest
no
here at
gates.
the Snail. They're consistently speeding. They know that Snail's a problem, but if they're going to be able to mount a defense against that is another question.
Very much. And at this point, I'm going to go ahead and guess no.
They're consistently feeding.
Queen,
Clearly a problem for them, but it looks like Gold is going to take that military victory, able to get that queen right on the back there. Looks like he wasn't paying attention.
Taking a military loss here really, really stings as the queen, because you were already lost somewhere else. And for you to lose in the middle for no reason isn't really a consolation.
Let's see what the strategy is here. Blue's able to establish early mid control. It looks like Orange is going to contest a little bit here, but I don't know how much of a problem that's going to be. They're going to be pushing Snail left
So
pretty
you'll
fast.
notice that queen came in to contest or deflect that early invade from Gold on that blue left safe gate, but it wasn't worth anything because Gold didn't try to have a Warrior come up on their own on the safe gate. So
looks like Blue's really going to be taking it away here. They're going to be pushing that Snail pretty
Sorry.
hard. I don't know where Gold's military is, but it looks like they're starting to shift now. They've noticed that Snail is a problem. Are they going to be able to contest is another question. It looks like they have not been able to contest. They got completely eliminated on that Snail.
You got the queen locked up there on the top, and she's trying to help another vanilla warrior come up, but they're quickly surrounded by the queen and the vanilla. Okay, they both escape. They choose not to engage. And now Blue is looking for a foothold as they don't have any warriors up right now.
Gold was able to.
Queen is on their last life, and therefore really should not be able to tap that mid gate to get back up.
I'll tell you what, Gold has really established that a foothold on that Snail control. They were able to wipe all of Blue's warriors, and they really are, contesting here at the fullest. We'll see if they're able to keep it up with no queen lives left. That's going to be dangerous on them.
I really want to see that blue queen try to work their advantage towards taking over that middle gate. It'll give them almost instant access to military right next to the Snail that the Gold Queen has to respect. The Gold Queen really should not be able to tap that gate again. The Blue Queen takes control over that gate, now tags a second.
Gold Queen's going to take control of that middle gate there.
Yep, she has to
Blue's
dip
right
back
behind them,
below.
though.
Exactly, and now Gold really doesn't have a lot of options outside of the far side to get military back up.
Looks like while Gold's kind of lacking here, they're going to take advantage of that. They're going to run a couple of berries on Blue's side.
They're going to run a couple of berries. They're going to push Snail a couple of meters. It's not necessarily significant yet, but it's slowly changing the tide of the game.
6 out. We're definitely seeing Blue take a little bit of that control back here.
Now we have passed that threshold of significance for Blue. Blue has filled all of their top berries. And now
Snail's
with
becoming
the
a little
kick-in-
bit of a problem for
with
Blue.
the kick in, Blue is only 3 berries out.
Blue's desperately trying to get those berries in. It looks like we've got a couple of hive guards, but it looks
And
like
Gold's
Snail's becoming a
on that-
problem. Blue
Gold
has yet
is
to
on
notice.
that home stretch.
It looks like they're going to be able to take it away here. That's just a couple
Oh,
more meters.
wow.
Blue Queen is
Blue
contesting.
Queen is there in time and has to stick to hold off.
2 berries out in the meantime.
2
Blue-
berries out. Gold Queen has, well,
It looks like Gold's going to take it home here. They're so close, and it
Gold
looks
Queen-
like Blue Queen is able to pull it back from the brink, Phil.
Gold Queen has to be there to contest the blue contest on that gate. She's the only one on the playfield that has an equal fitting to the Blue Queen. If they want to cover the berries on Blue, they've got to send a warrior up there.
Honestly, I don't know what Blue's doing here. Their hive is completely open. They're
Now
only
Blue's
1
on
berry
last-
out.
last
It looks
berry.
like Gold's going to try and
Now-
mount an attempt to defend this hive
but
here.
they only send a vanilla warrior.
Blue's desperately trying to get this snail out of Gold territory. It's in a dangerous spot for them, but they got their last berry. Are they going to be able to get it in? Oh, the Gold Queen is defending hard. We're tied up on Queens here. Both are on their last life.
Gold has
definitely
they have the
gotten
drone.
it. And it looks like Blue
Yep.
is going to end it here.
What a game.
What
it
a
came
game.
down to the end where the Blue Queen had to contest and simply could not get there.
101 snail links. Gold was really going hard for it here, but it looks like they're not able to finish up tonight. Gold honestly put up one of the best defenses I've seen tonight.
I mean, look at that win percentage graph. They brought it back from probably about 90 right down to even 50.
What game are we on here, Phil?
Now we are on game yes.
Game yes.
Yep.
All right.
We are
game
on
yes
that
it
one.
is.
It is dusk. We just finished day, so we are on dusk.
Game
this is
3.
Game 2.
3. This is game 3.
This isn't night. Is this night?
I just know that I've commentated 2 games.
That
So this would be
seems-
game 3.
That seems like very, very confident answers there. So we're going to go with that.
All right. It's 1-1 then. 1 gold, 1 blue.
Regardless, it does not look fantastic for blue. They've got a ledge on either side and Queen kind of frantically going about. But
I would say it's pretty even so far. Blue's able to fling a berry in there real quick.
now Gold is down to their last warrior.
Down on their last warrior,
But
guarding that
they
hive.
got
He's
all
able to
3
take one
berries
down.
in from the runner. Now they're only 3 berries out.
Gold's really, really going hard on this economic victory. They want to end this real fast. Are they going to be able to get these last couple of berries in? We'll see. It looks
They
like they've got a
just
clear
need
hive.
one.
Oh.
They just need 1 for it to be impactful and to pull another warrior over.
It looks like we've got 3 drones going against 1 warrior
got
here.
1.
They got 1 in.
There's, no, not quite.
We've got Queen defending on the hive. Both queens
No.
fighting
oh, there
here.
you go. Oh, wow.
And it looks like Gold's going to be
Wow.
able to take it home.
Gold takes it with a kick in and a berry run.
Ridiculous.
And
That was one of the
really,
fastest games of the night, Phil.
You really got to wonder whether or not it was worth it for the blue checks to be on near side. You know, like, would it be better for him to rotate over and perhaps stall him out just a little bit more?
It looks like, you know, halfway through the game here, Gold really took that advantage. I mean, if we're just looking at our graph here, they really were able to just establish complete dominance all over the map here.
And you didn't see any snail movement whatsoever, and that's noted by 0 across the board. Literally nobody even touched the snail.
Maybe Blue's going to take advantage of that next time. But we're up. We've got 2 new contenders going.
That was Twilight. Oh, man. The whole siding fell over on me. All right. We got the game's starting, and again, I'm always curious to see what happens on this mid gate. You got the early queen bump.
Looks like Orange is going to be able to establish
Still bumping.
early control of that snail. Blue's going to defend down in that tunnel. They got that snail out of there.
Nothing
the queens
productive.
are going out at it at the mid here. Who's
Blue-
going to establish that early control?
Okay, now Gold has, well, fuck.
It looks like Blue's going to establish that mid control here. They've
Blue
got
has mid prio for sure. They've got the gate and the snail, and now Warrior up, protecting the snail and coming up on mid gate.
looks like Queen's traded here. Gold
It's
is going to
totally
focus a couple of
irrelevant.
berries here.
The Queens can trade as much as they'd like, but right now Blue is solidly in the lead. And Gold without any real plan to come back.
Gold's attempting to mount a defense here at mid. Looks like they've got a couple of warriors, but that ledge guard on Blue is going to deny him. Gold's going to try and fight for the snail here. It looks like Blue is fighting right behind him. Blue kills him. We've got Blue snail control again. Folks, Gold is not looking good here.
Wow, Blue pushing that snail. I would really like to see the drones on snail protect themselves a little bit more. Maybe jump off, maybe start a little 5-second chase, pull that warrior out of position.
We're tied
and
up on
not die.
queens here. It looks like Gold is taking it back.
So
They're gonna
next
try
queen dives, both queens, it's going to be significant whenever they're below the halfway point on the map vertically.
Gold queen is below halfway
It
point
is,
here.
and Blue has followed her down. Now they're bumping.
Gold's going to
Okay,
try and run
Gold's
away here. They're going to
above.
establish control on that left
And
speed
that
gate there.
flips. Blue's chasing. This is risky. I'm not sure about this.
I don't know what Blue's trying to accomplish here, but
I
it's
really
putting him
don't
in
either.
a really, really risky position.
Well, Blue was there to hive guard, but it didn't seem like
It looks
they
like
wanted
they've got
to
a
do
warrior
that.
teamed up with the queen. They're really trying to get this gold queen. They're focusing this military victory
Well, that's
here hard.
okay if they can ice out the gold queen and follow behind
I
them.
mean,
They can't get a gate up.
Wow, Gold is able to pull it back here.
What a
Wow.
reversal!
Wow.
What a reversal!
And that puts the Refi Bs on the scoreboard here.
That really, really punished that blue queen for following so unnecessarily. Let's be
I
honest.
think that was their downfall at
second
the
half
end
of
of
the
the
game.
day.
100%.
They really were just, chasing. At the end of the day, when you're chasing, it's not going to end up well for you. It puts you in a risky situation for either the drones or the queen to kill you, and that's what ended up happening here, Phil.
When the queen's on last life, they should not be in danger.
It looks like Gold's
especially
able to
willingly.
establish that early mid control. Blue pushed a little bit of the snail, but Gold is really fighting over this mid control. They don't want to see what happened last time happen again.
Blue is fully dominant in this position.
It looks like Blue has taken it back.
They had it above. Gold's taken over the gate, and they've got one vanilla coming up.
Snail this early in the game is really dangerous for Gold here. They've got no berry control, nothing.
Wow.
Snail is absolutely dominant
over.
on Blue.
It is as over as you can get without, well.
Oh, Gold's going to be able to
lets
contest
you
at least
wander
one
off of
warrior here.
platforms and just
Blue's going to feed. It looks like they canceled that feed. They're going to get on the snail. They're really in a dangerous
this
position with
blue
this snail.
queen needs to stay high. It'll
All
be ready
two
for her.
eggs are dead, too, on Gold's side. Gold is in
Yep.
a terrible position here.
This is tough for Gold. They're in a very, very aggressive, but they have to be defensive. And Blue is solidified
absolutely
their position
responding.
and have a very clear win condition and wrap it up by just staying put, to be honest.
I mean, if we look at this game kind of going into it, Gold came out of the gate. They were trying to establish that mid control, but they really weren't able to get it going. Blue just responded with defense after defense after defense, and they really just killed all three queens, and that was the end of the game.
And once you have a good position, you're okay with a trade.
Right.
Because you still have the good position after the trade.
It looks like here Snail's going to be on the Blue side real quick. Blue does
Yep.
have that mid control a little bit here. They're going to
They've
contest
got the
with
mid
Gold.
control. They've got the warrior coming up middle and snail prio, which means another drone can't force.
Not sure what Gold's doing here. Gold's trying to
Gold's
get berry
taking-
control, but they really can't get it going. with snail.
Well, they got a couple berries in, but they need a warrior to be down there to push the snail back, and they don't have
They just threw
that.
another one in. They're 3 up now. This is looking good from the economic point of view for Gold. If they want to push this, that's a good idea.
Gold don't have
don't
any
think they're
warriors
going to.
outside of the one snail warrior that they have.
All warriors are dedicated towards snail right now.
They don't have any drones on snail, so anytime the blue drone gets on the snail, it's just progress lost on Gold, regardless of how many warriors are over there. And we haven't seen any berries go in since snail was touched past the 3/4 mark. It's very concerning for blue. They've got to have some kind of positional change to take up some space and re-exert control. Gold is about to pinch blue, and they got him. Gold now has firm control over the blue snail, or over the snail, and they're starting to work it back. Still no more berries in for either side. We've got 3 berries in for Gold, and blue staying high. They've got 2 warriors sitting on the top of the ceiling, as Gold has a warrior paired with their snail runner, pushing the berry just now past mid. Blue sends 2 warriors to deal with it. One of them picks off a Gold warrior defender, and now blue is looking for their win condition to show up.
Blue's in a dangerous position. They got super aggressive in the beginning, and it really put them in a risky position with their queen. They're on their last life here. Gold has
be honest,
1 more.
I don't think blue has an objective.
I think blue is responding, and I don't think they're planning, and I think that's going to end up being their downfall here. Gold has honestly had the best strategies here. They've been able to respond to when snail's gotten put halfway.
And when they show up at the same time in the same place and get wiped by 1 warrior, just like we just saw.
Absolutely.
Like they need to be together, but not like that. They need to be covering each other, not standing in the same spot. Now Gold has a strong berry advantage, only 5 berries out.
We're tied up on queen deaths here. We're both on our last life.
Last life, we
berries
expect to
are
see,
becoming a problem for blue here. We're 4 out for Gold.
We do, and we expect to see both
3 out.
queens tied up at the very top, only dipping down on disengagements to tag gates whenever they're down a warrior. Now, this is really where your warriors are going to shine. They have to push this snail. They have to escort them. If the snail rider has to jump off, it is the warrior's fault at this point. The queen should be tied up at the top.
We've got a hive open. I'm not sure why Gold's not focusing the berries here. They easily have a win with an open hive.
Well, because they've got to get that snail back halfway. If you've got the advantage and you've got the gates tagged like you are, and look at the berries. Where are any berries? I think we're about to be in a famine. In fact, I'm kind of confused why we aren't already.
We've got a berry on the snail rider right there. It looks like that's our last berry on the map.
That might be the only berry on the map. And for blue, who has no warriors whatsoever now,
they're feeding that snail fast.
Well, it's the only way that they can stop winning.
Not sure what this rider on Gold is doing. He easily could have jumped off and,
Well, at this point, the only person that can change this game is going to be the blue queen. They are the only one that can affect the eventual win of the snail just walking all the way down.
The blue queen's in some danger here up at the top right. It looks like we've got a couple of drones that are
danger. She's in a ton of danger, but she is the only one on the map that can kill the snail rider. And there are no more berries, so every single time she kills a warrior,
Blue Queen's in a really bad position
that's
here.
a warrior that's not going to respawn. And the only free berry is loose, and blue has it. Oh, wow.
Blue has the last
It
berry
is
here.
a race to get the berry into
Ooh,
a gate.
and it looks like Blue's going to get it on speed here.
They get it on speed, which is
And
a
we're in a
crazy
famine now, a
decision.
minute and a half until berry spawn. Are we going to see this
crazy
end with
decision?
both queens in the top right here? Middle queen dives down, going to be able to
They
eliminate
wasted the
snail
speed.
control.
The speed is gone. The last berry was totally wasted. Now the only game state change can happen from.
Wow, and it looks like Blue's able to take it home here.
What a game. What a game. Wow. So, your thoughts on this upcoming game?
I think both teams played well in that last match. I'd be
Played
interested to
phenomenally.
see who's going to focus what here. I think Blue's going to, end up being the better team militarily.
And we saw that at the very early part of the game. You saw a lot of trading, and then all of a sudden they realized that the trading wasn't worth it, and the whole game slowed down. And we saw Orange
let's not discount
slowly,
Gold's Queen, though.
incrementally win.
Gold's Queen got 10 kills last game.
Yeah, that's not to be understated. They made a ton of efficient progress throughout the game.
Honestly, with how the game started, Gold really took it back there. It's unfortunate that they lost, but let's see if they can establish that early control, because that's really what ended up losing them in the end.
And Blue got a huge advantage knocking off Gold from that right speed gate, getting a speed warrior up without Gold being able to match it, although it looks like Gold matched it on the other side. And that early
Gold's going to take the advantage
contest.
here with the economy. It looks like they've got some good berry placement. They have
Oh, wow. They're only
they've got
five
five
out.
topped. And they have
5 to 6.
Four out.
Gold is running those berries in quickly.
And we see the Blue Queen go ahead and take
only
it over
2
there.
out.
2
Gold
out.
is 2 out.
Blue is scared here. They've
And they
mounted
only
a
have
large
one
defense
warrior.
on the
They
Gold
got
Hive.
2 warriors.
They've got both Warriors and Queen, and it looks like they're 1 out now. Philip's going to leave us for a minute here. And it looks like Gold's able to take it home.
Okay, but what if? Okay, but what if?
You saw me fucking jerk it and almost. Yes! I didn't die that last time. I didn't die that last time.
Good bump.